Chapter 29:16. The elder of the medicine god, Tao, is a lunatic. The purple-faced, middle-aged man was surprised at first before he sneered disdainfully. He then shouted at a Baocha Chamber of Commerce expert, "Destroy this lunatic's palace and throw him out of the medicine god Tao realm." Suddenly, an expert from the Baocha Chamber of Commerce exclaimed, "Hey, he is Su Fong." Swoosh! The black-robed youth became the focus of everyone's attention in the hall. This black-robed youth was Su Fong's Heaven's Path avatar. Hundreds of years ago, Su Fong had come to the medicine god Tao realm with Master Apothecary Chu and became a guest elder of the sect. However, other than the leader of the medicine god Tao realm and Master Apothecary Chu, no one in the sect knew of Su Fong's identity. The handsome young man in the yellow robe snorted disdainfully. "Su Fong? Who is he? What's there to be surprised about?" The purple-faced, middle-aged man's gaze shifted as he quickly sent a message to the yellow-robed youth. "17th Highness, be careful with your words." Su Fong stared at the yellow-robed youth and said coldly, "I, Su Fong, am not what you are talking about. I am Dongshuan's savior who once stopped the foreign tribes from invading the human world in the heaven-forsaken barren region." After a pause, Su Fong spoke again. "At this moment, my true self is participating in the Joshuan Heavens chosen Dongshuan's top 10 ranking battle in the Blood Valley. I am fighting against the geniuses of the Southern Mystic Divine region and the experts of the Yao race to defend Dongshuan's reputation." "It's you?" The smile on the yellow-robed youth's face froze. If he still did not know who Su Fong was, he would have lived in vain. He quickly stood up and cupped his fists at Su Fong. "I am a disciple of the Dongxian Celestial Clan, a descendant of the Daozu. I am ranked 17th among the Celestial Clan's younger generation. Young Master Su Fong can call me Zhao Shiqi." Su Fong said coldly, "I don't want to know who you are, and I don't want to know your identity. Quickly leave the medicine god way, and I will pretend that nothing happened." The yellow-robed young man didn't expect that with his status, Su Fong would actually give him the cold shoulder. He immediately became furious. "Su Fong, this highness respects you as a peerless genius. That's why I called you young Master Su Fong. However, you overestimate yourself and think that you're some kind of character. So what if you're a genius? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Supreme Heavens clan for no reason? Where did you get the courage to stand up for the Medicine Divine Tao? I am an elder of the Medicine Divine Path. Why can't I stand up for the Medicine Divine Path?" Su Fong stared at the yellow-robed youth and sneered coldly. Then Su Fong said in a lofty voice, "Lord Daozu has strictly ordered the clansmen not to interfere in the affairs of other forces. Even Heaven Pavilion is not allowed to participate in the conflicts of interest between the major forces. As for you, you're just a small disciple of the Heaven Clan. How dare you try to take over the #1 alchemy sect of the Eastern Profound Divine Domain, the Medicine Divine Path? Who gave you the courage?" The yellow-robed youth's domineering aura was immediately suppressed. He was speechless for a moment. Su Fong aggressively said, "Get out of the Medicine Divine Path immediately. Otherwise, after the top 10 ranking battle, this highness will report to Daozu in person. At that time, your head will fall to the ground." The yellow-robed youth's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Others revered the Heaven Clan, but this yellow-robed youth knew very well that they, the descendants of the Daozu, were just using the name of Daozu to show off their prowess. Dongxian Daozu didn't want to care. He couldn't be bothered to care. If Su Fong told Dongxian Daozu in person not to mention this youth called Zhao Shiqi, even the entire Heaven Clan would suffer great misfortune. Dongxian Daozu had lived for countless years, and his descendants had passed down countless generations. He had long lost any kinship. At most, he had a little bit of affection. The actions of the Treasure Formation Chamber of Commerce had clearly violated Daozu's ban. If they really angered Daozu, he would definitely kill them without a frown. Only then did the yellow-robed youth realize that although Su Fong had no power and seemed to have the reputation of being a peerless genius, he was actually a peerless figure who had the opportunity to talk directly to Dongxian Daozu. How could he, a descendant of many generations, be compared to him? The yellow-robed youth was completely flustered. He looked at the purple-faced, middle-aged man. The latter pondered for a moment and said, "Since young Master Su Fong is an elder of the medicine divine path, then the treasure formation chamber of commerce will not pursue the matter. However, the alchemist of the medicine divine path must be handed over to the treasure formation chamber of commerce. Also, the compensation for poisoning the disciples of the Heaven clan must not be less." The yellow-robed youth gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do as he says." The leader of the medicine divine path was surprised and overjoyed. "Thank you, 17th Prince." He immediately arranged for someone to bring the alchemist who had made a big mistake and at the same time prepare the compensation from the treasure formation chamber of commerce. Many alchemists of the medicine divine path looked at Su Fong in a completely different way. They were full of gratitude, awe, and endless shock. They were usually arrogant and looked down on everything. This time, the medicine divine path was almost annexed by the treasure formation chamber of commerce. Only then did they realize that the identity of an alchemist was useless in front of a powerful force. They didn't expect that a mere young man could resolve the crisis of the medicine divine path with just a few words. How could these alchemists not be grateful and impressed? Seeing that the treasure formation chamber of commerce had backed down, Su Fong didn't say anything more and fell into deep thought. "I wonder when I can find Grandpa's reincarnation." It turned out, in the years since he came to the medicine divine path, Su Fong had been looking for his grandpa's reincarnation. The result disappointed him greatly. He searched for hundreds of years in the medicine divine path and secretly sensed all the alchemists and disciples countless times, but he didn't find his grandpa's destiny aura. He did find many auras that were connected to his grandpa's destiny aura, but they were very weak and almost undetectable. It was really strange. Su Fong could be sure that his grandpa's reincarnation was in the medicine divine path, but he couldn't find it. It was really strange. Since his grandpa's reincarnation was in the medicine divine path, even if he couldn't find him, Su Fong wouldn't let the treasure formation chamber of commerce touch the medicine divine path. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use Dongxian Daozu to intimidate the people of the treasure formation chamber of commerce. Su Fong wasn't trying to intimidate the treasure formation chamber of commerce. If Zhao Shiqi didn't know when to back down, Su Fong really could do it. Even if he couldn't find Dongxian Daozu, Su Fong had other ways. He still had 2 chances to ask Shixian Daozu to act. At worst, he would use up 1 chance. Shixian Daozu's identity was a small matter. Dongxian Daozu would give him face no matter what. In less than 5 minutes, the medicine divine path had prepared elixirs as compensation. This amount of compensation wasn't a small sum for the medicine divine path, but the medicine divine path was rich. Since they wanted to spend money to avoid disaster, they naturally took it very quickly. The alchemist who almost caused the medicine divine path to be annexed was also brought into the main hall. It was a handsome young man. However, it was obvious that he had been shackled for too long. His face was pale, his back was slightly hunched, and his aura was weak. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the young man appeared in the main hall, some Dao runes from the life shrinking technique appeared around the divine aperture in Su Fong's heavenly path avatar's mind. Could it be that this young man had a destiny aura that was connected to him? Su Fong vaguely understood. His heart pounded as he hurriedly activated the life shrinking technique. Even though it was difficult for the Heaven's path spell body to execute the Heaven's secret life shrinking technique, it could still easily sense the aura of destiny. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He carefully sensed. Finally, under Su Fong's anticipation, the Dao runes from the life shrinking technique surged out from the depths of his divine aperture. At this moment, the life-shrinking technique allowed Su Fong to suddenly push aside the karma of destiny and see a mirror. On the surface of the mirror, some tadpole-like Dao runes were flashing. From the Dao runes, Su Fong discovered that it was a faint aura from his grandfather. Although it was very faint and weak, Su Fong definitely wouldn't mistake it. The reason why it was faint and hard to find was that after reincarnating, his grandfather already had new destiny. The destiny of his previous life had become very difficult to detect. If not for the indelible destiny connection with his grandfather and the life-shrinking technique, Su Fong wouldn't have been able to sense that faint and weak destiny aura. Finally, a portion of the Tao runes miraculously fused together to form the image of a white-haired, hunchbacked elder. Finally, the elder's image overlapped with the young alchemist's appearance and turned into the same person. Su Fong's heart was in turmoil. At this moment, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. At the same time, Su Fong also understood why he hadn't been able to find his grandfather's reincarnation in the medicine god path all these years. That was because his grandfather's reincarnation was the alchemist who had caused great trouble. He had been shackled in layers of prison by the medicine god path. Su Fong had never thought that his grandfather's reincarnation would be the alchemist who had caused great trouble for the medicine god path. Naturally, he couldn't sense his destiny aura. Unexpectedly, he had never thought that after searching for his grandfather's reincarnation for so long, they would suddenly meet at this moment. It seems that all of this is destined. Su Fong's heart was filled with emotions. However, he didn't step forward to acknowledge him. The young alchemist was brought to the center of the hall. He also knew that he couldn't escape death. His face was expressionless, as if he was a living dead. "Kill him," the yellow-robed young man said coldly. He was stopped by Su Fong and couldn't devour the medicine god path. He was full of resentment and directly vented it on the young alchemist. The purple-faced middle-aged man was about to make a move when Su Fong suddenly said, "This alchemist is my registered disciple. You can't kill him." The people of the medicine god path didn't expect Su Fong to cause trouble. They all looked at Su Fong in confusion. The young man was shocked. He raised his head and looked at Su Fong. At first, he was confused. Then, his eyes were filled with confusion. He obviously didn't know Su Fong, but he had a feeling of déjà vu. The yellow-robed young man let out a cold shout. "Su Fong, you don't even know this person. How did he become your registered disciple?" Su Fong revealed a domineering smile. "I didn't know him before. Now that I've said it, he is my registered disciple." The yellow-robed young man was furious. "Su Fong, are you deliberately provoking me? So what if I am?" Su Fong displayed the power of an overlord. He waved his hand and grabbed the young alchemist to his side. Chapter 29:17. The yellow-robed youth gritted his teeth. "This audacious brat, this highness will definitely—" 17th Highness. The purple-masked middle-aged man quickly stopped the yellow-robed youth. Then, he sent a message to the purple-masked youth. 17th Highness, don't be so glib and give Su Fong something to use against you." The yellow-robed youth snorted. "This lowly ant dares to ride on this highness' head. How can this highness swallow this anger?" The purple-faced middle-aged man smiled coldly and embarrassedly. 17th Highness, please be patient for now. When the top 10 ranking battle is over, not only the medicine god path, but even Su Fong will not be able to escape from your grasp. Why? As far as this lowly one knows, Su Fong is arrogant and despotic. Not only did he offend Dongxuan's brilliant young master, he is also a thorn in the side of the southern mystic divine region's geniuses. It's hard to say if he can even keep his life in the top 10, let alone get first place. As long as he doesn't get first place in Dongxian, he won't be noticed by Lord Daozu. Why should we be afraid of this person then? If he is injured or even killed in the ranking battle, then your highness won't have to worry about this person anymore. Humph! Then this highness will endure for a few more days. When the time comes, this highness will make that brat suffer a fate worse than death. Asterisk, 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 at the peak of Slaughtering Mountain in the Blood Valley. After a brief introduction of the rules, the Jiuquan expert said, to encourage everyone, the Eastern Mystic Divine Region will reward the top 10 geniuses handsomely. There was a reward? Among the top 10 geniuses, other than Su Fong, everyone else looked unmoved. Before the Jiuquan's heavenly selection began, Tuo Qianji of the Eastern Mystic Divine Pavilion promised that those who enter the top 1,000 in the finals can enter the pavilion to cultivate and can choose 3 treasures from the pavilion's treasury. When the time comes, The treasures provided by the Eastern Mystic Divine Pavilion will be chosen according to the final ranking. Su Fang had been thinking about this reward for a long time. It looked like the last spirit item needed to cultivate the core of Heaven's path had been found. The other top 10 geniuses, on the other hand, all looked disinterested. To them, whether it was the rewards of entering Heaven Pavilion or the treasures provided by Heaven Pavilion, they did not care too much about them. What they cared about the most was the ranking of the top 10. With fame, what kind of status would they have? What kind of treasures would they not be able to obtain? Tuo Qianji continued. Lord Dongxian Daozu has also promised that no matter who wins first place, their status in the Eastern Divine Realm will be equivalent to that of a direct disciple of Lord Daozu, and be on par with the elders of the Heaven Pavilion. Dongxian Huihuang, Gu Qianqi, and Xu Chongxiao perked up when they heard his words, their gazes brimming with vigor. Among the other geniuses, there were also some who were tempted. The reward did not stop there. Tuo Qianji continued. Other than the rewards from the Eastern Xian Divine Realm, the higher-ups of Jiuquan have also decided that the champion of the Jiuquan Heavenly Selection will automatically enter the Heavenly Ranking. Even Sima Xiao was moved when she heard this reward, and her cold and deep eyes burned with desire. The Heavenly Ranking was divided into Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow rankings. There were not many geniuses in the entire Jiuquan Divine Realm who could be listed in the Heavenly Ranking. There were even fewer geniuses who were listed in the Heavenly Ranking. Other than possessing stunning ability and talent, they had to contribute greatly to the human race. The number of Heavenly Ranking geniuses in the entire Jiuquan Divine Realm could be counted with 2 hands. The Heavenly Ranking geniuses would receive the highest level of protection from Jiuquan's heavenly laws, and their status in the human world was extremely honorable. Who would not be tempted by such a great reward? Su Fang's heart was pounding as well, his desire to win first place surging within him. The Jiuquan experts had completely mobilized the fighting spirit of the top 10 geniuses, and the battle of the top 10 began. The battle of the top 10 was the center of attention. Since every genius had to meet each other in the battle of the top 10, there were 9 rounds of competition to determine the final ranking. The opponents for each round were decided by drawing lots. Xu Chongxiao was very unlucky, as the first round was between him and the Rock Prince. The Luo Xiao Sword Sex genius was indeed unlucky. In the battle of the top 10, he had encountered a strong opponent and suffered heavy injuries. Although he had recovered for 1,000 years, he was still far from his previous peak state. Unfortunately, he had encountered the Rock Prince this time. Although the Rock Prince was arrogant and conceited, he had the capital to back it up. He was powerful, ruthless, and brutal. Xu Chongxiao was naturally not his match. Gu Qianqi transmitted his voice to Xu Chongxiao. Xu Chongxiao, give up this round and preserve your strength. The relationship between the 3 profound sects and the Luo Xiao sword sect was not good, but Gu Tianqi was magnanimous and independent. He had a good relationship with Xu Chongxiao, which was why he reminded him. While Xu Chongxiao was hesitating, Dongxian Huihuang shouted, Xu Chongxiao, the entire Eastern Xian Divine Realm is watching the first round. You represent the Eastern Xian Divine Realm. Even if you can't win, you have to fight to the death and defend the honor of the Eastern Xian Divine Realm. Xu Chongxiao immediately felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. Su Fang suddenly spoke, Xu Chongxiao, if you can exhaust the Rock Big Goblin's demonic power and injure him, Dongxian Huihuang will have one less strong opponent. Xu Chongxiao immediately understood Dongxian Huihuang's sinister intentions and gritted his teeth at him. Xu Chongxiao was grateful to Gu Tianqi and Su Fang. Dongxian Huihuang looked at Su Fang with an icy gaze, his cold eyes oozing with murderous intent. Xu Chongxiao passed through the formation and flew into the crimson substance in the center. He cupped his fist at the Jiuquan expert and said, Lord, this one concedes defeat. The Jiuquan expert nodded and said, knowing that you can't win, you still want to fight to the death. That's the bravery of a man. Knowing when to advance and retreat is the true courage of a cultivator. You may leave. Shu Chongxiao had admitted defeat before the Rock Prince even entered the arena. The Rock Prince grew even more arrogant. Dong Xian trash. Do you not even have the courage to face this king's son? He then pointed a finger at Dong Xian Hui Wang, Su Fong, and Gu Qianqi, shouting proudly, You. And you, if you meet this reputed one later, will all of you admit defeat like that trash just now? Su Fong looked at the Rock Prince and displayed a domineering aura. The finger you pointed at me with, I will break it in the next battle with you. Do the human cultivators of the Eastern profound divine realm rely on their mouths to brag about their strength? The Peng Prince let out a wild laugh filled with disdain, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Su Fong smiled faintly and no longer paid attention to the arrogant Rock Prince. Dong Xuan's genius had admitted defeat in the first battle, causing many Eastern Xian cultivators who saw this to feel depressed. There were even people cursing Shu Chongxiao and the people from the Luo Xiao Sword School. The second battle was between Fu Xinai from Southern Xian Divine Region and Dong Xian Hui Wang. Compared to Dong Xian Hui Wang, Fu Xinye's ability was obviously not on the same level. However, he did not give up and fought Dong Xian Hui Wang with all his might. In the end, Dong Xian Hui Wang defeated Fu Xinai with Tiange's ultimate skill, but he had paid a great price and used up a lot of energy. Dong Xian Hui Wang had won the first battle for Eastern Xian, causing a huge commotion in Dallas City. Countless cultivators chanted Dong Xian Hui Huang's name loudly, their voices reverberating in all directions. Even the geniuses in the Blood Valley could hear them. Dong Xian Hui Huang's eyes flashed with a trace of pride when he heard the crowd's cheers. Dong Xian Hui Huang had often enjoyed this feeling of being sought after and was already numb to it. However, since the Blood Valley Elite competition, all of Dong Xian Hui Huang's brilliance had been overshadowed by Su Fong. He no longer enjoyed the feeling of being sought after. Now that he heard the long-awaited praises, he felt like he was floating. The third battle, Sima Xiao landed on the Crimson Substance. As soon as she appeared, Dallas City fell into silence, the atmosphere becoming oppressive. Sima Xiao's opponent was a genius from another divine region named Jingtsong. He had a wooden personality and was not good with words. He was almost ignored in the finals of the Blood Valley. However, the fact that this person could come to Dongxian from another divine region and enter the top 10 showed that his ability was extraordinary. It was a pity that Jingtsong was even more unlucky than Shu Chongxiao. His first battle was against Sima Xiao. Everyone thought that Jingtsong would give up immediately. Who knew? He flew onto the Crimson Substance and cupped his fists at Sima Xiao. Haotian Divine Region's Jingtsong seeks Dao, friend Sima Xiao's guidance. Sima Xiao's icy gaze swept over Jingtsong as she said indifferently, "You're not my opponent. Give up." Jingtsong said woodenly, "I didn't come to Eastern Xian for fame and fortune. I only want to fight with Dongshuan's geniuses. I have no regrets, even if I lose now that I can fight with Dao, friend Sima, South Xian's top genius. Show me your strongest ability. Let's see if you're worthy of my careful treatment." Sima Xiao's icy tone was filled with a domineering air that looked down on everything. Haotian divine suppression. As Jingtsong spoke, 5 silhouettes flashed out from between his brows. They were 5 avatars. Jingtsong could cultivate 5 avatars with his cultivation base of Upper Dallas Realm. It was enough to show how extraordinary he was. The 5 avatars released a thought at the same time and converged together. There was a rumble. The thought released by the 5 avatars transformed into a 20-foot giant with 5 heads and 10 arms. This giant gave off the feeling that it was a giant god that could hold up heaven and earth. Swoosh! Swoosh! The giant's 10 hands formed seals at the same time, releasing endless 5-colored Xianguang that surged like a tidal wave towards Sima Xiao. Even an ordinary lore of the mystic world could only dodge such a terrifying attack, not daring to face it head-on. Haotian Divine Region's supreme ability that can release the vast power of Haotian by combining the power of 5 avatars is indeed extraordinary. It looks like this is your strongest attack. Sima Xiao was about to be engulfed by the endless Xianguang, but she remained unmoved. A thought flashed out and turned into a ball of black flame. As the flame danced, a black xian guang spread rapidly. The five-colored xian guang was incinerated layer by layer as soon as it came into contact with the black light. Chapter 29:18. Sima Xiao Xiao said nonchalantly, "Although your Haotian force is a type of heavenly Tao's power, it's a pity that your cultivation base isn't high enough to unleash its true power. My flame contains the heavenly Tao's tribulation force, which is above yours. In addition, my understanding of flame far surpasses yours, so you're no match for me. Thank you for your guidance, Taoist Sima." Jing Tsang cupped his fists at Sima Xiao Xiao before flying off the crimson substance and returning to the altar. Just like that, Sima Xiao Xiao easily won her first victory. Eastern Xian's cultivators had witnessed Sima Xiao Xiao's ability. Although she had not displayed her full strength, it was enough to shock everyone. Those who had hoped that Dongshuan's Hui Wang and Su Fang could defeat her and take Dongshuan's first place had their hopes dashed. Demonis. Eastern Xian's cultivators began to call Sima Xiao Xiao as well. The fourth match. Su Fang versus North Xian's formation genius, Gung Ming. On the crimson substance, Su Fang and Gung Ming stood facing each other. Gung Ming looked at Su Fang with a wry smile. "I'm really unlucky. My first opponent is actually you." Su Fang smiled faintly. "You might still have a chance." His relationship with Gung Ming was not bad, but this did not mean that he was not wary of Gung Ming. Gung Ming snorted. "Don't try to bewitch me. Do you think I don't know your strength? Forget it. I don't want to exhaust too much of my strength on you. I should at least leave some deal with the other geniuses so that I won't be too far behind in the top 10. That would be too embarrassing." Su Fang was surprised. "You're giving up?" "Not to that extent. If I admit defeat without a fight, wouldn't it be embarrassing for me? I know you're proficient in formations as well, so I've decided to compete with you." Su Fang could not help but laugh. "Competing with a North Xian formation genius like you? You're quite smart. The competition is simple. You and I will create the formation, and the other will break it. Whoever can't hold on in the end will be the loser. I won't take advantage of you. You could choose to set up or break the formation." Su Fang hesitated for a long time. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll agree with you. Of course, I'll choose to break the formation. However, you can't restrict the method of breaking the formation." "Deal." Gung Ming was afraid that Su Fang would go back on his word, so he quickly agreed. He had witnessed Su Fang's strength with his own eyes and knew that he was no match for Su Fang. That was why he proposed to compete in the art of formations. Gung Ming cultivated the Tao of formations, so he was quite confident that he had at least a 50% chance of winning against Su Fang. Gu Tianqi and Xu Chongxiao both frowned when they saw that Su Fang had actually agreed to compete with Gung Ming in terms of formations. Su Fang was clearly using his own shortcomings to compete with Gung Ming's strengths. He was unavoidably overconfident. Dongxian Hui Wang snorted, arrogant and conceited. "Do you really think you can do anything?" The geniuses from the other god realms were also puzzled. They couldn't figure out why Su Fang would agree to compete with Gung Ming in array formations. This was Su Fang's first battle, so the Dongxian cultivators in Taoist City naturally paid extra attention to it. Most of the cultivators had blind faith in Su Fang, thinking that other than Sima Xiao Xiao, the other geniuses were no match for Su Fang. Not many people thought that there was anything wrong with Su Fang choosing to compete with Beishuan's formation genius. Luo Xiao Sword Sect's Grand Elder raised his eyebrows when he saw Su Fang's choice. "Isn't Su Fang a little too arrogant?" Exalted Senior Chuanxiu snorted. "Grand Elder Luo Xiao, you've underestimated Su Fang too much. His scheming is much deeper than you think. He has mastered the Heaven's Mandate platform's ultimate power, the unraveling mystery, and cultivated the Tao of formations, coupled with all sorts of extraordinary techniques. No matter how fast and powerful Beishuan's formation genius is in creating formations, how can he be faster than Su Fang?" The Grand Elder of the Luminous Firmament Sword School came to a sudden realization and laughed. "That brat is really despicable. Victory is clearly in his grasp, but he pretended to be unwilling. He even tricked me. On the crimson substance, Su Fong and Gung Ming were 1,000 feet apart as they sat cross-legged on the ground. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Gung Ming didn't make any hand seals or release his thoughts, but the space between him and Su Fong began to ripple violently as one formation after another rapidly formed. Beishuan's formation genius skill was extremely high. He had already reached the level of forming a formation with a single thought. He only needed to circulate his arcane energy and will to trigger the energy of heaven and earth to form a formation. Second level formation? Gung Ming, you're underestimating me. Su Fong, too much. How can a mere grade 2 formation stun me? Su Fong chuckled softly as his thoughts rippled. Puff, puff, puff. The formation that Gung Ming had just formed shattered layer by layer. Su Fong, you monster. You've actually cultivated the Tao of formations to the level of forming a formation with a single thought. I really don't know how you've cultivated. Since you can't do a second-level formation, then try my third-level formation. Gung Ming was shocked when he saw Su Fong also using a single thought to form a formation with a single thought. After all, a cultivator's energy and talent were limited. It was impossible for them to do everything. Most cultivators had to exhaust all their energy to cultivate a Tao, and it was difficult for them to achieve anything. Su Fong's main Tao wasn't the Tao of formations, but he was able to cultivate the Tao of formations to the level of forming a formation with a single thought. This was a level that many formation masters couldn't reach in their entire lives. If he wasn't a monster, then what was he? One formation after another was quickly formed by Gung Ming's thoughts. The array formations that Gung Ming created this time were all level 3 array formations. Even Bei Xian, who was an outstanding array formation master, was rarely able to set up array formations at such a fast speed. Furthermore, all of them were level 3 array formations. However, Gung Ming's use of a single thought to set up a formation obviously put a lot of burden on him. Soon, his face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Su Fong didn't dare to be careless. His primordial spirit Dharma body went all out. Fortunately, he had cultivated the Tao of formations with the help of the Luo Tian wheel. He had comprehended many types of formations. Coupled with the ability of his primordial spirit Dharma body, the speed of breaking the formation was naturally astonishing. Under Su Fong's pressure, Gung Ming had no choice but to speed up the formation. However, he still couldn't surpass Su Fong's speed of breaking the formation. On the contrary, under the pressure of Su Fong, Gung Ming was a little flustered. Su Fong, you monster. Let's see how you're going to break my 4th level formation. Gung Ming gritted his teeth and formed a series of dazzling hand gestures with both hands. He was a newly advanced 4th grade array master, so he was still a little unfamiliar with creating 4th grade arrays. It was difficult for him to create an array with a single thought. Instead, he directly formed seals to set up the array. His speed was clearly several times slower than before, but the array he created was 10 times stronger than the previous 3rd grade array. It's a 4th level formation. I underestimated Gung Ming in the past. To be able to become a 4th level formation master at such a young age, he is indeed the formation genius of Bei Xian. Su Fong's eyes were filled with seriousness. There is a watershed between 3rd level and 4th level formations. Even a peak 3rd level formation master wouldn't be able to retaliate against a newly promoted 4th level formation master. And Su Fong was a peak 3rd level formation master who had cultivated 3rd level formations to the extreme. It wasn't that he wasn't talented enough. It was just that the time he had spent on the formation was too short. Although he had an extraordinary primordial spirit Dharma body and the Luo Tian wheel, it couldn't make up for this gap. However, Su Fong had the heavens derivation solution. Staring at the layers of formations that Gung Ming was rapidly creating, Su Fong's eyes surged and changed with a mysterious divine light. His eyes became extremely deep and sharp, as if there was no secret in the world that could be hidden from his eyes. Heaven's prying eye. The fourth level formation created by Gung Ming suddenly became full of flaws under Su Fang's heaven's prying eye. Chi! 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 Su Fang grabbed out streaks of sword chi and shot them at the formation. Each streak of sword chi landed precisely on the flaws of the formation. The sword chi wasn't very powerful, but caused the powerful fourth-level formation to collapse. Soon, the fourth-level formation created by Gung Ming was completely destroyed by Su Fang. The speed at which he set up the formation couldn't keep up with the speed at which Su Fang broke it. Su Fang said with a smile, "Gung Ming, your fourth-level formation doesn't seem to be very good." It collapsed with a touch. "Is this a fourth-level formation?" Gung Ming shouted in exasperation. "I've been fooled. I've actually been fooled by you. How could I forget that you've obtained the supreme ability of the Heaven's Fate stage, and the Heaven's Derivation Solution, and the Heaven's Derivation Solution, especially the Heaven's Derivation Solution, are the nemesis of formations. How could I be so stupid as to compete with you in formations?" Su Fang laughed. "Since you know, why don't you admit defeat?" Gung Ming gritted his teeth and said, "If you can break my 5-element Sumeru formation, I'll admit defeat." "You can create the 5-elements Sumeru formation?" Su Fangdao was shocked. The 5-elements Sumeru formation was not a 4th-level formation, but a genuine 7th-level formation. It was at the same level as the yin-yang reversal formation of the Eastern Profound Heaven Pavilion. Only a true formation master could create such a high-level formation. Gung Ming grinned. "Although I'm not a formation master, I can use the formation plate to set up a formation. Have you forgotten that I'm from Bei Xian? How could I not have the Xian Bao to set up a formation?" Su Fang's eyebrows furrowed. "You're cheating." Gung Ming chuckled and said, "You didn't say before that I can't use formation tools to create a formation. Moreover, the top 10 ranking tournament doesn't restrict Xian Bao. The formation plate is also a kind of Xian Bao. As long as I can activate it, it's not a violation." Su Fang snorted. "You're really despicable. Su Fang, you're going to lose this time. No matter how cunning you are, I'll make you drink the water that I wash my feet with. If I can beat you, even if I lose the next 8, I'll have enough capital to show off." "Ha ha!" Gung Ming laughed proudly. He didn't expect this seemingly honest formation master to be so cunning. He had already prepared this move for Su Fang. Whoosh! Gung Ming grabbed 5 discs of different colors and waved his hand. They landed in front of him and exploded with a 5-colored Xianguang. The power of the 5 elements formed an independent space in an instant. Gung Ming said proudly, "Su Fang, even if you have the heaven's divination and can see the flaws of the 5 elements Sumeru formation, with your strength, even if you use your strongest attack, it will be difficult to shake it. Why don't you admit defeat?" "Admit defeat?" Su Fang suddenly revealed a domineering smile. Chapter 29:19. Suddenly, Su Fang put his palms together and separated them abruptly. Bam! A black Xianguang shot out from between Su Fang's palms. A black horn was spinning at high speed, emitting a soul-stirring sound. What kind of evil Xianguang is that? Gung Ming felt his soul trembling, as if a hole was going to be drilled through his body by this strange black horn. He could not help but be shocked. The sky-piercing conch drill. When Su Fang first entered the Blood Valley, he had subdued a formation master, Master Zhua. This black horn was his ultimate artifact to break formations. Although Master Zhua was not a true formation master, this Xianguang was indeed powerful, specialized in breaking all kinds of formations. Su Fang knew that he would have to fight Gung Ming in the top 10 ranking match, so he had obtained the sky-piercing conch drill from Master Zhua. He did not expect it to be of great use now. He had the purple Fate avatar, so he did not need to merge with the sky-piercing conch drill to activate its power. With Su Fang's current ability, he could activate the sky-piercing conch drill's power to its maximum and break the 5 elements Sumeru formation with the help of the Heaven's Expansion Solution. Swoosh! The sky-piercing conch drill shot out, landing right at the flaw of the 5 elements Sumeru formation. As it spun, it erupted with a might that distorted and tore apart everything, drilling a hole in the 5 elements Sumeru Grand Formation. After that, it started to shatter layer by layer. In the end, It collapsed with a loud bang, and the 5 formation discs fell to the ground. Gung Ming was dumbfounded. Su Fong smiled awkwardly. Gung Ming, you've lost. Su Fong, I didn't expect to lose to you in the art of formations. I admit defeat. Gung Ming shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Just like that, Su Fong obtained the first victory in the top 10 ranking match. The other geniuses were watching this battle, hoping to understand Su Fong's true ability. Who would have thought that Su Fong would defeat Gung Ming with formations, surprising and shocking everyone? Dongxian Hui Wang scoffed, playing to the gallery, showing off. Su Fong looked at him coldly. Dongxian Hui Wang, you've been mocking me again and again. Don't you feel like a clown? Dongxian Hui Wang chuckled coldly. When we meet next, I will reveal your true colors. Before absolute power, all of your abilities will become a joke. Su Fong looked at Dong Xuan's resplendent right arm. It looks like crippling one of your arms isn't enough of a lesson for you. Dongxian's splendid glory was infuriated by thunder. At this time, Gu Qianqi and the Demon Clan youth were already fighting on the blood-red substance, attracting everyone's attention. The Monster Clan youth revealed his true monster body and transformed into a sky-devouring divine python that was hundreds of meters long. He displayed his innate ability and engaged in an earth-shattering battle with Gu Qianqi. Gu Qianqi had no choice but to go all out. In the end, he used the great taboo breaking art to defeat the young monster. However, Gu Qianqi's magic power and energy had been greatly depleted, and a lot of his life force had been devoured by the godly, sky-devouring python. This victory could be said to be a Pyrrhic victory. He rested for 6 hours. The battle of the top 10 had entered the second round. The first round was Sima Xiao versus Gung Ming. Unlucky, how unlucky. My first battle was Su Fong, and my second battle is with this demoness. Why am I so unlucky? Gung Ming flew onto the blood-red substance with a frown, looking at Sima Xiao with a wry smile. Sima Xiao coldly said, I've never cultivated the Tao of array formations, and I won't play to the gallery like a certain person and compete with you in array formations. Make your move. Gung Ming shook his head. No, I forfeit this round. Sima Xiao raised her eyebrows. Admitting defeat when you meet an expert? You're humiliating the title of cultivator. I know I'm not a match for you, demoness, but I still want to fight you. Isn't that stupid? Gung Ming smiled nonchalantly and jumped off the blood-red substance. On the altar beside Gung Ming, Fu Xinai mocked, Eastern Xin's cultivators are all trash. I didn't expect Northern Xin's cultivators to be trash as well. His words made the other Eastern Xin geniuses glare at him angrily. The result of the draw for the second round was Fu Xinai, and his opponent was Su Fong. Fu Xinai's expression turned extremely ugly. Gung Ming laughed. Fu Xinai, didn't you say that Eastern Xin's cultivators are all trash? Then you should teach that trash Su Fong a lesson. So what if he's Su Fong? Even if I can't defeat him, I'll make him go all out. Fu Xinai laughed coldly and jumped onto the blood-red substance in a flash. Su Fong also flew onto the blood-red substance. He looked at Fu Xinai and said indifferently, You think you're worthy to make me go all out? Arrogant. I'll show you my divine atlas of 10,000 beasts. Fu Xinai activated a scroll and quickly unfurled it. On the scroll, there were pictures of divine beasts. After being activated, the pictures of the divine beasts seemed to come alive and flashed out of the scroll. Roar, roar, roar. More than 100 divine beasts of various types roared in unison. Their demonic aura soared into the sky and shook the blood-red substance. Su Fong, if you don't use your full strength, you'll be eaten by my beast horde. Fu Xinai laughed arrogantly. Rumble. More than 100 divine beasts charged at Su Fong. Boom. Su Fong released his killing intent and instantly turned it into a bloody prison that enveloped the divine beasts and Fu Xinai. Under the impact of the terrifying, murderous aura, the divine beasts all trembled and their speed suddenly slowed down. Su Fong in blood-red clothes rose from the bloody prison and slashed out with a saber. A bloody light swept out like a river of blood. The bloody saber light tore through the beast horde and instantly reached Fu Xinai. Fu Xinye's divine light changed as he opened his mouth and spat out his Xianguang. An ancient beast head statue appeared in front of him. Clang! The saber light slashed the statue and was shattered. The killing intent within was also dispersed by the ancient aura of the beast head statue. A crack appeared on the beast head statue. It quickly shrank and flew into Fu Xinye's body. Fu Xinai sneered disdainfully. "You're just so. Who knew?" A pair of Xianguang that looked like a bee's wings suddenly appeared behind Su Fong and trembled slightly. Buzz! An inaudible buzz attacked Fu Xinye's primordial spirit, causing his consciousness to become blurry. On the other hand, Su Fong's figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. He instantly appeared in front of Fu Xinai and punched out. This punch contained all the power and will of Su Fong's blood fiend avatar. It landed on Fu Xinye's body with an unstoppable force. Fu Xinye's profound armor and physical defense were shattered. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying by the power of the blood evil avatar. With a boom, he landed thousands of feet away. Puff! Fu Xinai spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood with pieces of his organs. His physical body looked fine, but his organs, bones, and blood had all been severely injured by the killing intent. It was as if he had lost half his life. "I admit defeat." Fu Xinai was unwilling to admit defeat, but he had to admit defeat. If he didn't, he would lose his life here. Su Fong was about to leave the blood-red substance when Fu Xinai suddenly asked, "Su Fong, how much of your strength did you use?" Su Fong was stunned for a moment before replying, "About 50 to 60%. You only used 50 to 60% of your strength, but you managed to severely injure me." Fu Xinye's heart was filled with bitterness. As expected, "I'm not qualified for you to use your full strength." In fact, Su Fong had only used 30 to 40% of his strength at most. Although the Blood Jade Soul-Slaying Saber was powerful, it was not his real trump card. The wing-like Xian Bao he had just activated was the material he had obtained from the strongest of the chrysalis in the 5th trial. He had asked the master artificer of the Divine Cauldron Palace to refine it into a flying Xian Bao. This Xian Bao could not only allow Su Fong to teleport continuously, it could also release a power that could attack one's soul. However, this Xian Bao was still not Su Fong's trump card. He had said that not because he was afraid of hurting Fu Xinai, but because he didn't want to reveal his true strength too early. Su Fong's main enemy was Sima Xiao Xiao. The others were nothing to be afraid of, including Dongxian Hui Huang and the prince of the Peng clan. Even they could not make him use his full strength, let alone Fu Xinai. Su Fong defeated Fu Xinai easily and domineeringly like a whirlwind. This scene was witnessed by the Dongxian cultivators in Daola City, causing waves of cheers to erupt. The major forces of the Eastern Xian Divine region and the Mystic Worlds also watched the Battle of the Top 10 through various means. In Fangtian City, the streets were empty. Be it cultivators or mortals, they all stared at the huge formation screen in the sky. Seeing Su Fong crush Fu Xinai, everyone cheered excitedly. Medicine God Dao. All the higher-ups were paying attention to the Battle of the Top 10. The pill refinement masters were engrossed in refining pills and did not pay attention to the outside world. The proud pill refinement masters of Medicine God Dao did not pay much attention to the Battle of the Top 10. Now that Su Fong had become an elder of Medicine God Dao, Su Fong's performance in the Battle of the Top 10 was directly related to the survival of Medicine God Dao. How could the higher-ups not pay attention to it? Su Fong's victory over Fu Xinai shocked and excited the higher-ups of Medicine God Dao. As for Su Fong's Heaven's Path avatar, it stayed in its residence after taking the young pill refinement master away. Not far from Medicine God Dao, the Baoqing Chamber of Commerce's treasured ship stopped in the void. How could Zhao Shiqi of the Divine Clan be satisfied that he could not swallow Medicine God Dao this time? He stayed outside Medicine God Dao to observe Su Fong's performance in the Battle of the Top 10. Once Su Fong did not perform well, Zhao Shiqi would return to Medicine God Dao without hesitation. Not only would he swallow Medicine God Dao, he would not let Su Fong's Heaven's Path avatar go. 50 to 60% of his strength is so shocking. Su Fong is so strong. When the yellow-robed youth, Zhao Shiqi, saw the scene of Su Fong defeating Fu Xinai through a mirror treasure, his eyes were filled with shock and horror. Chapter 2920. The second round of the top 10 exclusion battle was still ongoing. Since every two geniuses in the top 10 would meet each other, Su Fong did not dare to be careless. He concentrated all his energy and even used his heaven-prying eye to observe the other geniuses. Gu Qianqi encountered a powerful opponent this time. It was the prince of the Peng clan from the demon world. The Peng clan prince was very arrogant. He did not put Gu Qianqi in his eyes at all. He shouted at Gu Qianqi, "Human race cultivator, you are not a match for this king's son. Admit defeat obediently. Aren't you human cultivators the best at bullying the weak and fearing the strong?" Gu Tianqi raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly. The demon world was invaded by the foreign races. The demon race had no choice but to flee to the southern, profound, divine domain of the human world. You are just stray dogs now. How dare you look down on the human race? You dare to mock the demon race? Gu Tianqi's words stabbed the Peng clan prince's sore spot. His eyes flashed fiercely. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Aren't you humans planning to rely on the demon race to fight against the foreign races together? Without the demon race, the human race would have been destroyed by the foreign races sooner or later." Gu Qianqi smiled embarrassedly. Do you know why the demon race was destroyed? It was because the foreign races were too strong. It was not because the demon race was too weak. It seems like you still don't understand. I guess even the strongest experts of the demon race do not understand why the demon race was defeated. The demon race was destroyed not because you were not strong enough. It was because you did not have the things that the human race has. What are those things? Dreams, beliefs. Dreams, beliefs? Kiki, can those things be eaten or killed? Dreams and beliefs can't be eaten, neither can they be killed. However, they could enable human cultivators to face all kinds of difficulties, even the dangers of destruction. They wouldn't give up when they were in a hopeless situation. They would still have the courage to face death generously when they were faced with death. Gu Tianqi's voice moved the other geniuses and made them look at him in a new light. The Jiuquan expert and the other two higher-ups of the Jiuquan divine domain also secretly nodded. Why was the human race able to survive in the primal chaos and grow stronger from being weak? In addition to human wisdom, there was also courage and faith. It was precisely because of the countless cultivators who had dreams and firm beliefs that the human race was able to prosper as it was today. This was something that the monster race and other races could not see through. Many human cultivators could not see through, but Gu Qianqi could see through it very clearly. With such breadth of mind and vision, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. The Rock Clan Prince and the heaven-swallowing divine Python sneered in disdain, scoffing at Gu Tianqi's words. Jiuquan's heaven's chosen. Which cultivator doesn't dream of standing at the peak and enjoying the glory of being a supreme genius? However, only one person can stand at the peak in the end, and that person will definitely not be me. However, my dream and belief in reaching the peak will never be extinguished. I, Gu Qianqi, am definitely not the strongest in this Jiuquan. Naturally, I will face defeat. I will also give up, but I will not lose the courage to confront the strong because of fear. Even if I fail, I will still be glorious. Gu Tianqi revealed a lofty and unyielding expression. Then I will use my strength to crush your dreams and beliefs into pieces. I will use this to tell you humans how laughable your so-called dreams and beliefs are in the face of absolute strength. The Rock Clan Prince shouted domineeringly. With a shake of his arms, a demonic wind soared into the sky and turned into a violent hurricane that swept towards Gu Tianqi. Whoosh! Gu Tianqi released a thought and erupted with the power of space. The distance between him and the Rock Clan Prince was extended infinitely in an instant. The hurricane created by the Rock Clan Prince looked astonishing. but it was still unable to attack Gu Qianqi. Swoosh! The Rock Clan prince charged out like a bolt of lightning. His speed surpassed the restrictions of space, and he instantly arrived in front of Gu Qianqi. Puff! Gu Qianqi's figure floated backwards, but he was still torn to pieces by the Rock Clan prince's claw. However, what Gu Qianqi was torn to pieces was an afterimage that he had left behind an instant ago. The three supreme profound sects were famous in the Eastern profound divine realm for their time, space, and will of the heavenly Tao. As the number one disciple of the three supreme profound sects, Gu Qianqi's control over these three great divine abilities had naturally reached an astonishing level. At this moment, when he was fighting with the Rock Clan prince, he had fully displayed the great Tao of time and space. Puff! Puff! The Rock Clan prince unleashed his innate ability. His speed was incomparably astonishing, and his body was not restricted by space. However, he was unable to surpass the power of time that Gu Qianqi unleashed with his thoughts and continuously shattered Gu Qianqi's afterimages. Didn't you say that you were full of heroism just now? Why do you only know how to run for your life now? This king's son will make it so that you have nowhere to run. Void Claw! The Rock Clan prince sneered in disdain. A claw that was 300 meters in size grabbed at Gu Qianqi in the surrounding space. The blood-colored substance was created by the Jiuquan experts with a supreme divine ability. It didn't seem big, but there was actually a vast and boundless space inside, allowing cultivators to unleash their abilities to their heart's content. The Rock Clan prince's claw had the power to directly cover 1,000 miles of space. Everything within this range was imprisoned, and Gu Qianqi's time and space divine abilities were also quickly suppressed. He lost the space to unleash them and was about to be shackled. Three mysteries become one. Everything becomes void. Three mysteries return to origin seal. Gu Qianqi suddenly formed a seal and unleashed three shocking seals in succession. They erupted with time, space, and a powerful will that was like the heavenly Tao. The three powers merged into one and formed a palm print. It collided with the Rock Clan prince's claw print and shattered it. The surrounding power of the shackles also disappeared. In Suruo Valley, Gu Qianqi had also obtained a peerless great divine ability from the auxiliary tower. Its power even surpassed the Great Taboo Technique. After all, the Great Taboo Technique was not a true offensive divine ability. It was used to seal and shackle powerful enemies. However, Gu Qianqi's newly obtained divine ability, the three mysteries return to origin seal, was clearly not fully mastered yet. He could only form a seal and not use his thoughts. Moreover, after using the three mysteries return to origin seal, his aura suddenly became sluggish. It was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. The Rock Clan prince was sent flying by the power of the three mysteries returned to origin seal. In a fit of anger, he unleashed his full strength and transformed into a giant black rock that was more than 500 feet tall. The giant rock flapped its wings and raised a black xianguang. It swept towards Gu Qianqi like a storm. The space began to collapse layer by layer. It was impossible for Gu Qianqi to escape from the blood-red matter. However, he gritted his teeth and released three Dharma bodies. He was about to use the Great Taboo Technique with all his might. Gu Qianqi has lost this battle. The Rock Clan prince has won. The Jiuquan powerhouse suddenly spoke. His thoughts transformed into a giant hand that directly reached into the blood-red matter space. It passed through layers of collapsed space and instantly took Gu Qianqi away from the space. This king just said that the so-called dreams and beliefs of the human race are all jokes in front of this king's absolute strength. Hee hee. The Rock Clan prince transformed back into his human form and laughed wildly as he left the blood-red matter. What a pity. Gu Qianqi is still lost. Is there any cultivator who is always victorious? Gu Qianqi has lost honorably this time. That Rock Clan prince is going to be arrogant again. The geniuses on the surrounding altars and the cultivators of Dallas City felt a wave of pity. The shadow of defeat loomed over everyone's hearts. Everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. In the next battle, Dongxian Hui Huang finally redeemed some dignity for the Eastern Xian Divine Realm cultivators. However, it wasn't easy. In the end, he used the Eastern Xian Pavilion's ultimate technique, the Yin-Yang Prime Art, to defeat Jing Tsang from the Haotian Divine Realm and claim the second victory. The last battle of the second round was between the Yao Youth and Xu Chongxiao. Although Xu Chongxiao fought with all his might, the difference in their strength was still not small. In the end, he lost to the Yao Youth. After the end of the second round, the strength of the top 10 could be roughly determined. Sima Xiao, Su Fong, Dongxian Hui Wang, and the Rock Clan Prince had all won 2 battles. The strength they displayed was obviously a level higher than the other geniuses. The crowd also ranked these 10 people. Although many Eastern Xian cultivators were reluctant, they had to admit that Sima Xiao's first place was unshakable. Su Fong, Dongxian Hui Wang, and the Rock Clan Prince were all capable of fighting for the second place. After half a day's rest, the third round of the top 10 ranking battle began. In this round, Su Fong drew the first battle. His opponent was the Yao Youth. The Yao Youth had been defeated by Gu Tianqi in the first round and defeated Xu Chongxiao in the second round. He became arrogant again, sweeping a contemptuous glance at Su Fong and smirking coldly. Let this reputed one see the so-called courage and conviction of the human race. I don't need any courage or conviction to deal with you. I only need to crush you directly, Su Fong said faintly, a hint of dominance in his tone. You want to crush this reputed one? This reputed one will let you know what fear is. The Yao Youth transformed into a divine, sky-devouring python 1,000 feet long, opening his mouth to spit out a jet of black venom. The divine, sky-devouring python not only had the innate ability to devour heaven and earth, but could also spit out demonic venom. The toxicity of the demonic venom was truly shocking. Even the space was corroded when it was spat out, emitting a terrifying sizzling sound. Do you think a mere demonic venom can threaten me? Su Fong sneered disdainfully. With a wave of his hand, he swept out a jet of poisonous blood, colliding with the divine, sky-devouring python's venom. As the 2 jets of venom collided, muffled explosions rang out. A portion of the demonic venom was evaporated, while the rest was infiltrated and merged with the poisonous blood. In the end, it was all swallowed and absorbed into Su Fong's body. The divine, sky-devouring python twisted its huge body, opening its mouth to suck in Su Fong. The space trembled as everything in it, including Su Fong, flew into the divine, sky-devouring python's mouth. Break! A saber light with an aura that could destroy everything shattered the divine, sky-devouring python's power of devouring. Swoosh, swoosh. Su Fong then waved his arms, transforming into the bloodvine state. He charged at the Yao Youth from both sides and tightly wrapped around him. Chapter 29-21. In truth, the monster youth was not completely defenseless. The heaven-piercing Blood King vine was simply too famous. Not only did it have the ability to pierce through the heavens and earth, but also had an evil and powerful devouring ability. This was especially true for monsters. The heaven-piercing Blood King vine was best at devouring blood energy and turning living beings into dried corpses. Therefore, the heaven-piercing Blood King vine was a taboo to most monsters. There was no one who was not afraid of it. Su Fong did not need to use any other abilities. Just the heaven-piercing Blood King vine was enough to kill the monster youth. It was better to admit defeat as soon as possible. The heaven-piercing Blood King vine coiled around Su Fong's body, then quickly retracted and reformed into 2 arms. Su Fong wins, the Jiuxuan expert announced loudly. The other 2 upper echelons of the 9 Xian immortals looked at Su Fong, fear flickering in their eyes as they secretly communicated with the 9 Xian immortals. Is that really the heaven-piercing Blood King vine? How can a human merge with the heaven-piercing Blood King vine? Su Fong obtained a seed of the heaven-piercing Blood King vine when the alien race invaded the Eastern Xian divine realm. It is his luck and fortune to be able to merge with it. Moreover, This kid has the Spider King vine and various other extraordinary abilities. He will definitely become a powerful expert of a human race in the future. Such a talented seedling must be carefully nurtured. I heard that the mother of the heaven-piercing Blood King vine is still in the Eastern Xian divine realm, and its whereabouts are unknown. It will definitely attack Su Fong. We must protect him strictly and raise his ranking on the profound sky ranking. The three supreme experts had already decided that Su Fong was a potential seedling. They secretly paid attention to him. Su Fong returned to the spell altar outside. The Peng Prince's gloomy voice sounded. Humph, relying on the evil alien race. Is this how you call yourself a genius of the human race? If you meet me, even the heaven-piercing Blood King vine won't be able to save you. Su Fong ignored the Prince of the Rock clan and looked at Gu Qianqi. For the demon clan, talking to them about courage and belief is like playing the lute to a cow. Beat them until they kneel and beg for mercy. They will naturally understand everything. Gu Qianqi gave a thumbs up and praised loudly. Brilliant, I've learned a lot. Shu Chongxiao, Geng Ming, and the other human cultivators also laughed. Su Fong, I hope you can still be so stubborn when you meet me. The Rock Prince's eyes immediately burned with a raging demonic fire. He wished he could burn Su Fong to death on the spot. Dongxian Hui Wang snorted coldly. I was just lucky. First, I got the Weaver Spider, then I got the heaven-piercing Blood King Rattan. These are merely external objects. What's there to brag about when you've gained your strength with the help of external objects? Su Fong retorted sarcastically. So, young master Dongxian Hui Wang's cultivation has never relied on external objects. However, I remember that during the elite competition, someone was capturing celestial blood-refined mastiffs everywhere in the Blood Valley. I wonder what he was planning to do. Dongxian Hui Wang felt like he had been slapped in public, and Su Fong had reopened his old wound. He gritted his teeth for a long time. Outside the Medicine God Avenue, Zhao Shiqi, the divine crown prince in the treasured ship, saw Su Fong defeating the Yao youth through the mirror Xian Bao and asked in surprise, What is the heaven-piercing Blood King Rattan? Is it very powerful? The purple-faced, middle-aged man's face was a little pale. A chill ran down his spine as he said in a trembling voice, The heaven-piercing Blood King Rattan is very powerful, extremely powerful. 17th Highness, why don't we forget about the Medicine God Avenue? Zhao Shiqi snorted coldly. Forget about it? Didn't you persuade me to stay here? Why are you persuading me to forget about it now? I just don't believe that Su Fong can really defy the heavens. Unless he gets first place in the Jiushuan's God's Chosen, I won't let this matter go. The third round of the top 10 competition ended quickly under everyone's watchful eyes. The result was not surprising. After the third round, Sima Xiao Xiao, Su Fong, Dongxian Hui Wang, and the Prince of the Peng tribe still maintained their victories. The others had their wins and losses, but it was still too early to talk about the outcome. After a short break, the fourth round began. In the first match, Dongxian Hui Wang went against North Xian's formation genius, Geng Ming. Geng Ming admitted defeat without a fight again. His intention was simple. He wanted to preserve his strength when he met an expert, completely giving up on his goal of being in the top 3 and fighting for the best ranking. Such a strategy was despised, but Geng Ming was thick-skinned and was not afraid of being mocked. The second match brought the top 10 ranking competition to a climax. Sima Xiao Xiao versus the Prince of the Peng tribe. The other top 10 geniuses around the Crimson Substance, as well as countless cultivators in Dala City, were paying close attention to this battle. Even the 3 peerless experts who were hosting the top 10 ranking competition were watching the duo's every move without blinking. Su Fong's eyes were surging with the light of deduction from the heavens divination solution. He was watching more carefully than the others. On the Crimson Substance, the Prince of the Peng tribe looked at Sima Xiao Xiao, his eyes gleaming with a fiery light as he said domineeringly, Sima Xiao Xiao, you're the only human woman that this king has taken a fancy to. Only this king is worthy of you. This king wants to conquer you in this battle. If you fail, you must become this king's woman. Arrogant, too arrogant. This prince of the Peng tribe is really asking for a beating. How can Sima Xiao Xiao withstand the big goblin's torture with her body? In this struggle, Sima Xiao Xiao will definitely go all out. Dallas City was in an uproar. Sima Xiao Xiao's eyes were like an ancient well as she said coldly, "Sure." Everyone was not surprised. They did not expect Sima Xiao Xiao to agree so straightforwardly. The prince of the Peng tribe was stunned, and then his eyes lit up with excitement. Who knew? Sima Xiao Xiao continued. "If you fail, you must become my slave." Su Fang's heart trembled. This woman is really domineering. She actually used this as a wager. It seems that she has full confidence in defeating the prince of the Peng tribe. It's a deal. The prince of the Peng tribe agreed without hesitation. Then he quickly transformed into his true form and transformed into a giant Peng. Although he was arrogant, he also understood that his opponent was powerful. He used his most powerful innate ability. An evil and violent black Xian Guang spread out from his body, and his cold eyes stared at Sima Xiao Xiao. Chi, chi, chi. The surrounding space quickly began to distort and fluctuate violently, becoming incomparably crazy. The terrifying spatial distortion power covered Sima Xiao Xiao. Sima Xiao Xiao's body began to burn, instantly turning into a burning black flame state. The black flame was incomparably shocking. It did not look very hot, but it emitted the aura of a heavenly tribulation. It actually burned the space distortion divine power that crushed over layer by layer. Immediately after, the flame that Sima Xiao Xiao had transformed into suddenly became illusory and directly dissipated in space. Just as the prince of the Peng tribe was surprised, balls of flames suddenly appeared around him and surged toward him like raging waves. The strange thing was that this flame did not have the slightest bit of heat. It directly seeped into the prince of the Peng tribe's demon body. Fallen Dao Heart Flame. The prince of the Peng tribe was shocked. Immediately, he felt a scorching heat from the depths of his soul, causing his entire body to burn. This is the true power of the Fallen Dao Heart Flame. It's more than 10 times stronger than the Fallen Dao Heart Flame that I used when fighting with Sima Xiao Xiao in Su Ruo Valley. This scene shocked Su Fang. The demon race's physical body was incomparably powerful. Their bloodline and bones naturally contained the laws of the heavenly Dao. Therefore, they had never cultivated any Dao heart. Therefore, they were most afraid of this kind of attack that targeted the origin soul. Facing Sima Xiao Xiao's Fallen Dao Heart Flame, the prince of the Peng tribe's origin soul had to be burned clean. No matter how monstrous his demon chi was, it was difficult for him to escape. In the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat. The Jiushuan expert announced loudly, "Sima Xiao Xiao wins." The black flame flickered and quickly condensed into a human figure. In the end, it condensed into Sima Xiao Xiao's physical form. She was still as arrogant and cold as ever. However, in the eyes of everyone, Sima Xiao Xiao was 10 times more terrifying than that demon. The prince of the Peng tribe transformed into his human form and glanced at Sima Xiao Xiao resentfully. There was no longer the arrogance in his eyes. Instead, there was fear and reverence. The demon race was like this. They were not afraid, even if they were the heavenly king. They had to trample them under their feet. Only then would they know fear. The prince of the Peng tribe was about to leave the blood-colored substance when Sima Xiao Xiao suddenly said, "Prince of the Peng tribe, you probably forgot something." The prince of the Peng tribe's face turned ghastly pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "This king is the prince of the Peng tribe. How can he become a slave of the human race?" Sima Xiao Xiao swept her cold eyebrows. The icy aura made the prince of the Peng tribe involuntarily shiver. After the Jiushuan's heavenly selection, let the Peng king give an explanation to master. Sima Xiao Xiao said coldly. Her figure flashed and left the blood-colored substance. The prince of the Peng tribe also returned to the spell altar. After suffering such a heavy setback and leaving behind such a huge trouble, he hung his head dejectedly and did not say a word. He completely became obedient. The terrifying strength that Sima Xiaoxiao displayed caused the other geniuses to sink into silence. Wudao City was also silent. This female demon gave people the feeling that she was undefeatable. The second match was Jing Tsang versus the heaven-devouring divine python. The two strength was on par. However, Jing Tsang relied on his incomparably tenacious willpower to persevere to the end and defeated the heaven-devouring divine python. The next match once again caught everyone's attention. One side was Gu Tianqi and the other side was Su Fong. Gu Tianqi's handsome face revealed weakness, but his eyes were very determined. Su Fong, I'm ashamed of my inferiority to the current you. However, I must fight with you. Su Fong smiled faintly. His eyes also flickered with a strong battle intent. Back then, you used the great taboo-breaking art to imprison me. I never had the chance to settle this debt with you. Today's opportunity is just right. Among the divine abilities that I have, the strongest one is the new divine ability that I obtained from Shirua Valley. Unfortunately, I'm not proficient enough. I've only used it once before. It's difficult for me to use it now. Only the great taboo-breaking art and the life-seizing reversal art are left. If you can break these two divine abilities of mine, you win. Chapter 29-22. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other human geniuses and experts of the demon race were all focused on Su Fong and Gu Tianqi. Although Gu Tianqi's strength was not as glorious as Dong Xuan's, he was still a top genius of the Eastern Xian divine domain and had mastered powerful abilities. Even if he did not have the chance to fight for the top three, he could still fight for the 4th to 6th place. With Gu Tianqi's current state, the possibility of him defeating Su Fong was not high, but he could at least force Su Fong to use his trump card and test Su Fong's true strength. Gu Tianqi cupped his fists and bowed solemnly to Su Fong, then waved his hand and a dozen black seeds floated around him. Su Fong, these are the seeds of the Ghost Fong Black Locust. I will use the art of life, seizing reversal, to grow these seeds. Be careful. The Ghost Fong Black Locust is not only poisonous. Its poisonous thorns are extremely sharp and can break through the defense of supreme profound armor. Gu Tianqi first warned. Then an aura of endless vicissitudes surged out of his body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The surrounding black seeds were enveloped by the aura of time and sprouted rapidly, growing into black locust trees with poisonous thorns that looked like the teeth of evil spirits. My master seal of 10 directions. The art of life, seizing reversal, was a peerless ability of the great Tao of time. It could rapidly grow a life form from a nurturing state to an adult state, thus gaining the powerful strength of an adult in a short period of time. The art of life, seizing reversal, was a peerless ability second only to the great taboo art in the 3 sovereign mysterious sects. Su Fong did not dare to be careless and immediately used my master's seal of 10 directions. In an instant, a terrifying divine aura that could suppress the heavens, the earth, the east, the west, the south, the north, the life, the death, the past, and the future enveloped Gu Tianqi and the Ghost Fong Black Locust trees. Su Fong was like the embodiment of heaven's will at this moment. He was the only one in the world. The Ghost Fong Black Locust trees stopped growing. The power that caused them to grow in reverse was completely sealed. Even Gu Tianqi was shackled. Gu Tianqi was not shocked, but overjoyed as he shouted, "This is the peerless ability you obtained in Shui Valley? Good, thank you, Su Fong." Seeing that he was about to be shackled by Su Fong, he actually cheered loudly. Previously, when Su Fong fought with the other geniuses, he did not use his most powerful divine ability. At this moment, he used it on Gu Tianqi as a form of respect. Su Fong, let's see if your peerless great divine ability is stronger or if my great forbidden art is stronger. Gu Tianqi laughed out loud. Hundreds of spiritual thoughts were released, exploding with endless amounts of energy. Wherever the divine might swept out, time stopped and space froze. A supreme will instantly soared into the sky. Rumble. When the grand taboo-shattering technique collided with the power of my master's 10-direction seal, it was as if a world-destroying power had erupted. Space-time became chaotic from the collision, and the laws began to collapse. The blood-color matter also began to shatter. With a thought from the Joshuan expert, the blood-red substance stabilized. When the aftershock of the collision subsided, a deep ravine appeared on the ground between Su Fong and Gu Tianqi. It was like an abyss, and there was also a tear in space. Gu Tianqi stared at Su Fong. "How much of your strength did you use this time?" Su Fong answered without hesitation. "More than 90%. Then I feel more at ease. I've lost this battle." Gu Tianqi nodded in relief. Then he staggered and flew out of the blood-red substance. Su Fong flew back to the altar outside the blood-red substance. A strong sense of confidence rose in his heart. When he first fought with Gu Tianqi had sealed his Dao Palace with the grand taboo shattering technique, causing him to lose all his abilities other than his physical body. He was beaten back to his original form and almost became immortal. At that time, Gu Tianqi was like a tall mountain that he had to look up to. How many years had it been? Now he had surpassed the mountain that was Gu Tianqi. A cultivator's cultivation was to surpass one mountain after another to finally reach the pinnacle. Now it was Gu Tianqi. Next, it would be Dongxian Huiwang. However, Dongxian Huiwang was no longer much of a challenge to Su Fong. The one he wanted to surpass the most was Sima Xiao. The Rock Prince looked at Su Fong with fear in his eyes. This person's ability is shocking indeed. Even this king's son has to use all of his strength to defeat him. The corners of Dongxian Huiwang's lips curled into a disdainful smile. You actually need to use 90% of your strength to defeat Gu Tianqi. It looks like you're not that great after all. If it was before, Dongxian Huiwang would still be wary when he witnessed Su Fong's My Lord Shifeng seal. Before the ranking match began, Dongxian Huiwang had received personal guidance from Daozu. This was also the source of his confidence. Witnessing Su Fong's My Lord's Shifeng seal, Dongxian Huiwang was filled with confidence even though he was shocked. Sima Xiao's eyes narrowed. His most powerful ability is not this, but that mysterious and incomparably powerful power. Just now, he had only used about 80% of his strength at most, and not 90% as he said. This person is indeed cunning, and also very despicable. The cultivators in Daoless City were shocked as they witnessed the scene in the Blood Valley. Whether it was Gu Tianqi or Su Fong, the strength they displayed had far surpassed the limits of the Taoist Master Realm. They could even crush an ordinary lord of the mystical world. It was only then that the people realized what a true genius was. Once they grew up, they would definitely be the pillars of the human race. It was no wonder that the higher authorities of the Joshuan God domain wanted to hold the Joshuan God selection again at all costs. Amidst the shock, cheers erupted in Daoless City. Some female cultivators were especially loud. Their throats were almost broken. The tycoons of the Joshuan were also shocked. First, Elder Changsun of the three highest mysterious sects had a gloomy expression. First, it was Ling Xingqin's death, then the top disciple, Gu Tianqi's consecutive setbacks. Now, even Su Fong had surpassed Gu Tianqi. As the first supreme elder of the three highest mysterious sects, he naturally felt ashamed. Medicine God Dao. Victory. Elder Su Fong has won another round. Even a top disciple of the three highest mysterious sect has lost willingly. The leader of the Medicine God Dao and other higher authorities lost their composure after witnessing Su Fong's victory over Gu Tianqi. They could not help but exclaim in excitement. The alchemists and ordinary disciples of the Medicine God Dao also understood what was going on. They knew that Elder Su Fong of the Medicine God Dao was the peerless genius Su Fong. All of them were excited and felt honored. In a void not far from the Medicine God Dao, Zhao Shiqi's expression was frighteningly dark. The purple-faced middle-aged man was so frightened that he held his breath, afraid that Zhao Shiqi would vent his anger on him. In the fourth round, Dongxian Huiwang easily won a round. Like Sima Xiao and Su Fong, they had won all 4 rounds. The other geniuses were equally matched in strength, so the competition was very intense. The genius from the Haotian Divine Realm, Jing Tsong, was heavily injured in his battle with Shu Chongxiao. Shu Chongxiao relied on the strong will of a sword cultivator to hold on until the end and barely won. In the fifth round, Su Fang was lucky enough to meet Jing Tsang. Jing Tsang had to give up this battle and hand over a victory to Su Fang. Sima Xiao Xiao and Dongxian Hui Wang also won a round easily, maintaining a winning record like Su Fang. The Rock Prince fought against Fu Xinai. He vented his anger from losing to Sima Xiao Xiao on Fu Xinai, almost killing him. Due to violating the rules, the Rock Prince was not only warned by Zhuchuan experts, he was also judged to have lost the battle, allowing Fu Xinai to win by luck. The sixth round of the competition began. The first match was between Dongxian Hui Wang and the Rock Prince. The Rock Prince suffered consecutive setbacks, but he was still ferocious, engaging in a fierce battle with Dongxian Hui Wang. Dongxian Hui Wang had to use everything he had to deal with it. In the end, he used his most powerful skill, using the supreme Tao of Yin and Yang to form 300 Tao wheels to defeat the Rock Prince. This victory made Dongxian Hui Wang the center of attention once again. However, he had to use his trump card. The consumption of his magical power was shocking as well, causing him to force a smile. In the sixth round, Su Fang's opponent was Shu Chongxiao. In the previous round, Shu Chongxiao had won Jing Tsang by a hair's breadth. He was heavily injured as well, so it was good enough that he could only unleash 30 to 40% of his ability. How could he still fight Su Fang? Just when people thought that Shu Chongxiao would give up on the battle, he flew unsteadily onto the crimson substance. Su Fang, I'm not your opponent, but if I give up, it'll be an insult to you. Therefore, I'll do my best in this battle. Shu Chongxiao was trembling, but his back was straight. His eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Su Fang looked at him with admiration. With a wave of his hand, he rolled out 10 pills and some spiritual items. Shrouded in xianguang, he flew to Shu Chongxiao and said, "Eat these pills and spiritual items, then fight me." He then cupped his fists at the 3 Zhuchuan higher-ups and said, "Sirs, please give me 6 hours to allow Shu Chongxiao to recover." The Zhuchuan experts said, "Granted. Thank you, sirs." "Thank you, Su Fang." Shu Chongxiao grabbed the pills and did not take them seriously. He was representing the 3 Taishang mysterious sects in the ranking match. How could the sect not prepare powerful pills for him? Even the supreme pills and spiritual items given by the sect could not help him recover much in a short period of time. Now that Su Fang had given him pills and spiritual items, he only took it as Su Fang's goodwill. He did not expect them to be of much use. Dongxian Hui Wang smirked coldly and said, "He's just buying people's hearts." Shu Chongxiao held the pills in his hand and was stunned. These 10 pills were not ordinary pills. They were the ancient pills that Shi Xian Daozu had rewarded Su Fang. Although they were only at the pinnacle of upper class, their medicinal power far surpassed pills of the same level. The spiritual items were extraordinary as well. They were all spiritual items born from the 6 extreme Tao, Saint's celestial body, and could be used to recover cultivation base rapidly. Su Fang had used up a lot of the spiritual items inside the 6 extreme Tao, Saint's celestial body, when he was ascending to Daozu. There are not many left. Chapter 29-23. Su Fang is actually helping Shu Chongxiao to recover. He didn't take advantage of his opponent's perilous state, but helped him instead. A cultivator like Su Fang is a true cultivator. I'm convinced, I'm completely convinced. Whether Su Fang can take first place or not, I'm convinced. Many Dongxian cultivators watched the scene. Some were confused by Su Fang's actions, while others were impressed by Su Fang's character. Dongshuan's powerhouses were all cunning old foxes. Naturally, they could see Su Fang's intention with a single glance. Grand Elder Zhangsun of the 3 highest mystical sects snorted coldly. Using such a method to buy people's hearts is truly childish and laughable. The Grand Elder of Luo, Shao Sword Sect, laughed while stroking his beard. Su Fang, this child, although I know he's trying to buy people's hearts, I still find him pleasing to the eye. It's a pity that there's no outstanding woman among my descendants. Otherwise, I'd definitely make her Su Fang's Tao companion. 6 hours later, Shu Chongxiao sat cross-legged on the crimson substance, fusing with the ancient pills and spiritual items. His aura had obviously changed. Although he was still far from his peak state, he was no longer as dispirited as before. He had at least recovered 10 to 20% of his strength. The scene shocked everyone once again. They all thought that Su Fong came from a low-level universe. In terms of resources, he could not compare to top forces like Tinga, the three highest mystical sects, and the Luo Shao Sword sect. They did not expect that the pills and spiritual items that Su Fong offered were much more powerful than the Luo Shao Sword sects. At the same time, they were impressed by Su Fong's generosity. Those cultivators who thought that Su Fong was trying to buy people's hearts were completely convinced by Su Fong. Shu Chongxiao exclaimed, "What amazing pills and spiritual items! They're much more powerful than the top pills and spiritual items that the sect gave me." "Su Fong, thank you." Su Fong smiled faintly. "We're only opponents, not enemies." "That's right. No matter the outcome, I, Shu Chongxiao, will definitely befriend you," Shu Chongxiao said with a nod. Then, he changed the topic of conversation. "Although you've given me medicinal pills and spiritual items to recover, I'll still do my best." Su Fong said, "That's how it should be. Otherwise, you would be looking down on my Su Fong." Soaring sword chi. Shu Chongxiao suddenly turned into a peerless divine sword, and a sharp sword essence gushed out from his body. Chi, chi. Sword chi crisscrossed, enveloping Su Fong, causing him to disappear from everyone's sight. All they could see was the boundless sword chi. Su Fong was in the world of sword chi, shackled by the astonishing sword will. Cloud splitting heaven, cleaving sword. Shu Chongxiao suddenly let out a thunderous roar and put his palms together. In the sword chi world, the green clouds above churned. Then, a huge green sword chi tore through the green clouds and stabbed into the shackled space in the sword chi world. Chi, chi, chi. The sword chi in the sword chi world, layer upon layer, surged toward the shackled Su Fong like a tide. Su Fong, the cloud-splitting heaven-cleaving sword, is a supreme sword technique that I obtained in Shirua Valley. Its power surpasses any magic that I've learned in Luo Shao Sword Sect. Although I can only exert half of its power now, it can still hurt you. You have to be careful. It seemed that Su Fong could not escape the fate of being killed by the sword chi. Shu Chongxiao shouted loudly to remind Su Fong. Who knew Su Fong merged the blood evil Dharma body with his physical body and performed the blood prison soul slashing sword. A blood prison quickly appeared, shattering the shackles of the surrounding world. Whoosh, a blood-red Su Fong rose slowly like a killing god, and a sword light rolled out like a river of blood. With an explosion, the huge green sword chi was immediately shattered under the sweeping sword light. The other sword chi also collapsed, and the entire sword chi world began to collapse. Although Shu Chongxiao's sword technique was powerful, it was a pity that he was severely injured and could not exert too much power. Su Fong performed the blood prison soul slashing sword with the blood evil Dharma body, and it was enough to neutralize Shu Chongxiao's most powerful attack. Shu Chongxiao staggered and shouted. "I've lost," the Jiushuan expert shouted. "Su Fong versus Shu Chongxiao. Su Fong wins." "I didn't expect my strongest attack to be so weak in front of you." Shu Chongxiao admitted defeat helplessly, and there was a look of disappointment in his eyes. He could see the gap between himself and Su Fong, and his Dao heart was also damaged. Su Fong said in a low voice, "A cultivator has to experience many failures and setbacks before he can move forward. If you're only obsessed with winning or losing, your Dao heart will be damaged because of failure, and you will never be able to recover. I look down on such a Shu Chongxiao. Thank you for your advice." Shu Chongxiao showed a cruel expression and bowed to Su Fong with his fists clasped, as if he was receiving advice from a senior. Back on the altar, Gu Tianqi's voice rang out. "Su Fong, congratulations on winning 6 matches in a row." The Prince of the Rock tribe laughed coldly. Next, it's time for consecutive defeats. It was unknown if Su Fong was lucky or if the Jiushuan experts had done it intentionally during the drawing of lots. But Su Fong had not fought with the Prince of the Rock Tribe, Dongxian Hui Huang, or Sima Xiao Xiao, until now. Next, Su Fong would face 3 strong opponents who had the ability to fight for the top 3. The outcome would be difficult to predict. Su Fong retorted bluntly, "How can a cultivator be undefeated? Failure is normal, but at least I, Su Fong, will not be defeated by a big goblin like you." The Prince of the Rock Tribe snorted coldly. "You humans have a saying, you won't fall until you see your coffin. It describes people like you." Su Fong said indifferently, "Let's wait and see." After the 6th round, Su Fong, Dongxian Hui Huang, and Sima Xiao Xiao continued to remain undefeated while the others had their wins and losses. In the Eastern Xian Divine Realm, Su Fong and Dongxian Hui Huang were both undefeated. This lifted the spirits of all the Eastern Xian cultivators. Some even thought that Su Fong or Dongxian Hui Huang might have a chance of winning the first place. Dongxian Hui Huang had a higher chance of winning. After all, he had already fought the Prince of the Rock Tribe and won. Not only did Su Fong have to face the Prince of the Rock Tribe, he also had to face 2 strong opponents in Dongxian Hui Huang and Sima Xiao Xiao. In the eyes of the crowd, the chances of him winning another 3 matches were slim. After 6 hours of rest, the 7th round begins. The Jiuquan experts announced loudly. The top 10 geniuses who were sitting cross-legged on the altar stood up and looked at the Jiuquan experts. The Prince of the Rock Tribe transmitted his thoughts to Su Fong. "Human child, you better pray that you don't meet this king. Otherwise, this king will tear you into pieces." Su Fong smiled nonchalantly, ignoring the big goblin who did not learn his lesson. The Jiuquan expert rolled up his sleeves, and 10 Xian Guang flew out, quickly condensing into 10 luminous balls above the crimson substance. Then, the Jiuquan expert's thoughts moved, and the 2 luminous balls collided. Light splashed everywhere and turned into 2 shadows. What a coincidence! The 2 shadows were Su Fong and the Prince of the Rock Tribe. "Su Fong, I finally met you. Consider yourself unlucky." The Prince of the Rock Tribe cackled wildly, stepping onto the crimson substance with a violent gust of wind. Gu Qianqi transmitted his thoughts to Su Fong. "Su Fong, be careful. If you can't beat him, give up this match and secure 2nd place." Su Fong smiled faintly and replied, "Do you think so little of me?" Gu Qianqi shook his head with a smile when he saw his confidence. "It looks like you've been conserving your strength. I'm worried for nothing." In Dallas City, many Eastern Xian cultivators grew nervous. The entire city fell into silence. Dongxuan's powerhouses were also discussing this match. Su Fong is in danger now. The Prince of the Rock Tribe is extraordinary, but he has already lost 3 matches. It shouldn't be difficult for Su Fong to defeat him. Su Fong defeating the Prince of the Rock Tribe is expected, but even if he wins, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. Next, Su Fong will face Dongxian Hui Huang and Sima Xiao Xiao. If he's injured or exhausted in this match, it'll be difficult for him to defeat Dongxian Hui Huang, let alone Sima Xiao Xiao. Dongxuan's powerhouses were not optimistic. In addition, they were all peerless experts. Their judgment was usually close to the mark. Tuo Qinji, who was sitting high on the throne, smirked when he heard the crowd's discussion. Zhao Shiqi, the yellow-robed youth of the Divine Tribe, who was far away from the Medicine God Avenue, stared at the image on the mirror Xian Bao and chuckled coldly. "Su Fong, let's see how arrogant you can be next." On the crimson substance, the battle between Su Fong and the Prince of the Rock Tribe was about to break out. Sima Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke. "Su Fong, this demon is my slave. You can't hurt him." Who would have thought? Sima Xiao Xiao actually looked down on the Prince of the Rock Tribe so much. The Prince of the Rock Tribe's eyes glinted fiercely as he gritted his teeth. Su Fong snorted coldly. "I can't guarantee it. Human child, how can I allow you to be so arrogant in front of this king? This king will tear you apart." The Prince of the Rock Tribe's ferocious nature was completely triggered. With a shrill howl, he teleported to Su Fong's side in a flash. Buzz! Su Fong activated the wasp wing Xian Bao and sped away from where he was before the Prince of the Rock Tribe arrived. The rock tribe was most adept at speed. It was said that no other demon could compare to them among the demon race. However, Su Fong's wasp-winged Xian Bao allowed Su Fong to have the ability to teleport. Within a small area, the prince of the rock tribe could hardly surpass Su Fong's speed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Su Fong and the prince of the rock tribe displayed astonishing speed. It was almost impossible to see their figures. Everyone watched with rapt attention, especially Su Fong. He was repeatedly praised by the three higher-ups of the Jiushuan tribe. Puffed. Su Fong suddenly appeared behind the prince of the rock tribe. His left arm shook violently as he activated his physical strength and punched the prince of the rock tribe's back. The prince of the rock tribe staggered from shock. His body flashed 3,000 feet away. After stabilizing his body, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Su Fong smiled indifferently. In terms of speed, you can't do it. As if he had been humiliated, the prince of the rock tribe let out a cold shout. The innate ability of the rock tribe isn't just speed. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swept up an incomparably powerful gust of wind. It transformed into a huge claw that was 1,000 feet long and charged towards Su Fong. Break. Chapter 29-24. The claw mark and the saber light collided, and both shattered. Human brat, you are barely qualified to make this king use his powerful ability, the sky shrouding technique. The prince of the rock clan released a wave of demonic aura that soared into the sky and spread out in the air. In an instant, a giant rock phantom that was 10,000 miles long appeared in the air, covering the sky. Its aura covered all directions, forming a world that shackled Su Fong and the surrounding space. The giant rock flapped its wings, creating a monstrous spatial storm that swept towards Su Fong from the sky and the surrounding world. Heaven and earth 10 directions. Only I am supreme. My Lord's 10 directions seal. Su Fong used the My Lord's 10 directions seal. His will, Tao runes, and Dharma powers released an astonishing divine might that dominated everything around the blood-colored material space. The storm caused by the giant rock phantom instantly calmed down under Su Fong's divine might. The giant rock phantom struggled, cried, and shattered under the impact of the My Lord's 10 directions seal's divine might. It turned into nothingness. It seems like this is your strongest ability. Since that's the case, this prince has nothing to hide. Heavenly Rock Refining Technique. The prince of the rock clan gritted his teeth. The demonic aura in his body kept surging out, shattering the divine might shackles around him. His body began to transform continuously. First, he transformed into a giant rock that was 500 feet long. The giant rock continued to transform crazily. Finally, it transformed into a 1,000-mile-long fish. It was not a fish, but a legendary divine beast, Kuan. Roar. The Kuan fish let out an earth-shattering cry. The space shook violently like the surface of the water, forming circles of Xianguang that spread in all directions. It shattered the divine might of Su Fong's My Lord's 10 directions seal layer by layer. Human brat, this king will swallow you. The Kuan fish that the prince of the rock clan had transformed into let out an angry roar. The Xianguang twisted and turned into a huge vortex, releasing a terrifying suction force that seemed to devour the world. The world formed by Su Fong's My Lord's 10 directions seal was shattering and collapsing. Su Fong's body was moving uncontrollably toward the prince of the rock clan. His entire body was shackled. Boom! The divine power of My Lord's 10 directions seal completely collapsed. Su Fong's figure suddenly flew toward the Kuan fish that the prince of the rock clan had transformed into and was about to be swallowed. The Jiushuan expert raised his eyebrows, but did not make a move. An expert at the side asked in surprise, "Why aren't you stopping this battle?" The Jiushuan expert chuckled. "Just watch. Su Fong hasn't shown his true strength yet. There's no need for me to make a move." As expected, Su Fong, who was trapped in the vortex, suddenly burst out with a domineering aura, shattering the surrounding shackles. Then, 9 thoughts flashed out from between his eyebrows. His thoughts quickly transformed into 9 phantoms, forming a completely different seal around the Sufang. After that, the 9 phantoms suddenly fused into one. The 9 seals also fused into one shocking seal that erupted with astonishing divine might. This was the true power of my Lord's 10-direction seal. My Lord's 10-direction seal was a peerless divine power that surpassed the great taboo technique and the yin-yang ultimate technique. Even in the entire Jiuquan divine realm, it was one of the most powerful divine powers. How could its power be compared to what Su Fang had shown before? In the Shirua Valley's main tower, Su Fang had used the heart of the alien race's expert, Slayer, to comprehend the heavenly Tao for 2,000 years. This allowed his cultivation of the Jiuquan's limitless sutra to reach the 4th level. My Lord's 10 Directions seal had some unknown connection with the Jiuquan's limitless sutra. As Su Fang's cultivation level increased, the power of my Lord's 10 Directions seal became even more shocking. The My Lord's 10 Directions seal that Su Fang was currently using was still not the strongest state of this peerless divine power. My Lord's 10 Directions seal required a Jiuquan Tao Palace and 9 Dharma bodies to perform the seal at the same time. Only then could it erupt with the strongest power. Su Fang was currently using his thoughts to replace the Dharma bodies to perform my Lord's 10 Directions seal. Its power was not even 1/10 of its strongest state. Even so, the power of my Lord's 10 Directions seal was still extremely domineering. Wherever my Lord's terrifying divine power went, the Kuan fish's devouring power would shatter layer by layer. In the end, even the giant Kuan fish was shackled. The Kuan fish let out a cry, filled with shock and anger. Its body swayed and erupted with a terrifying power that could stir the heavens and earth. However, in the world formed by the divine power of my Lord's 10 Directions seal, space-time, the past, and the future were all sealed. All resistance was futile. Heaven-piercing blood king vines sucked the blood of this rock demon dry. Su Fang's deep eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He shook his arms, and his arms transformed into blood vines. With a whoosh, they extended. The blood vines quickly penetrated the Kuan fish's demon body defense and began to devour wildly. Under the terrifying, devouring power of the heaven-piercing blood king vines, the Kuan fish's huge body was rapidly drained of its demon aura and blood. Its entire demon body was also drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Admit defeat. This king concedes defeat. The Rock Prince's weak voice sounded. His voice was filled with fear. Where was the arrogance from before? What? You're still not willing to admit defeat? Su Fang shouted loudly. The blood threads formed by the heaven-piercing blood king vines drilled into the Rock Prince's body crazily. They even seeped into his heart and wantonly devoured his life origin. Human brat, how dare you trick me? This king must spare my life. Young Master Su Fang, spare my life. The Rock Prince was very stubborn at first, but in the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat. At this moment, the Jiuquan expert said majestically, Su Fang, stop. You've already won this battle. Su Fang had no choice but to retract the heaven-piercing blood king vines. He looked like he hadn't had enough. The Rock Prince was in big trouble. He transformed back into his human form. His aura became dispirited, as if he had just recovered from serious illness. He looked very miserable. Where was his previous domineering, arrogant, and high-spirited self? The way he looked at Su Fang was filled with hatred, as well as incomparable fear. The demon clan was like this. If they didn't suffer a loss, they would never know what respect was. Suddenly, the bee wings on Su Fang's back trembled. His figure teleported in front of the Rock Prince. He stretched out his right index finger and pointed at the Rock Prince's head. What are you doing? The Rock Prince was caught off guard. He shouted in horror and subconsciously waved his hand to block. Chi! Su Fang's finger tapped on one of the Rock Prince's fingers. A trace of primordial chi surged out from his fingertip. Chi! The finger of the Rock Prince shattered in an instant, turning into ashes. Su Fang said coldly, Previously, you pointed at me with your finger. I said that I would break your finger. I, Su Fang, have always kept my word. Therefore, I took your finger. The Rock Prince activated his blood chi to recover that finger. Who knew that a mysterious and incomparably high-level power prevented him from recovering? The Rock Prince was shocked and furious. Su Fang, if you dare to hurt this king's son, the Rock Clan will definitely not let you off. Su Fang smiled embarrassedly and flew out of the blood-colored substance. He secretly sealed the blood chi and demonic chi of the Rock Prince. He was very happy. Su Fang had prepared this for Qingyu. Qingyu was also a rock demon. However, in terms of strength and bloodline, he was far inferior to the Rock Prince. With the help of the blood chi and demonic chi, Qingyu's strength would transform to a new level. Moreover, it could also change Qingyu's rock bloodline. The other geniuses looked at Su Fang as well, their gazes filled with shock and awe. Fu Xinai grumbled unhappily. When we fought earlier, Su Fang probably didn't even use 30% of his strength. Now, he says he used 50 to 60%. How despicable. Gu Qianqi sighed as well. The gap between us is so huge. How did this freak become so powerful all of a sudden? Dongxin Huiwang was also filled with fear. The confidence that he had built up with much difficulty began to waver. In Daola City, countless cultivators were clapping and cheering. The mystical realms, forces, heavenly realms, and medicine god Dao were also filled with earth-shattering cheers of excitement. Inside the treasured ship outside medicine god Dao, it was dead silent. Zhao Shiqi's body and Dao heart were trembling. Only now did he know what a true peerless genius was. At the same time, he realized how laughable his identity and status were in front of a peerless genius like Su Fang. The purple-faced, middle-aged man felt a chill seeping out of his back. He said in a trembling voice, 17th Highness, do you allow me to go to medicine god Dao and apologize to Su Fang? Apologize? Zhao Shiqi's eyes flashed with unwillingness. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, it's not the last moment yet. Let's wait a little longer. Su Fang still has two opponents, Dongxin Huiwang and Sima Xiao. I like to see how strong he is. The 7th round of competition continued. The last match of this round was the center of attention. Dongxin Huiwang versus Sima Xiao. In many people's eyes, this match was the prelude to the battle between the first and second place. It was also the ultimate battle between Dongshuan's and South Xian's geniuses. Su Fang was also paying full attention to this match. Dongxin Huiwang stepped onto the crimson substance and looked around, his body brimming with battle intent. Whether I win or lose this match, I want to prove to everyone that I, Dongxin Huiwang, am the top genius of the Eastern Xian divine domain. I want to be the center of attention. Dongxin Huiwang's ambition ignited his courage and confidence. Sima Xiao slowly flew onto the crimson substance, thousands of miles away from Dongxin Huiwang. Dongxin Huiwang cupped his fists and said, Sima Xiao, show me your full strength and fight me. Sima Xiao said bluntly, Dongxin Huiwang, you're no match for me. Other than Dongxin Qingwei, no one else in the Eastern Xian divine domain has the right to make me use my full strength. Dongxin Huiwang snorted coldly. Maybe I'll lose to you, but I want to prove to you that you're wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, swoosh, 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 1,000 thoughts erupted with the shocking power of yin and yang, turning into two black and white Xianguang that intertwined to form a yin and yang pattern, trapping Sima Xiao within. The black and white Xianguang spiraled like two fish swimming, turning the entire world into a state of chaos. Chapter 29-25. Dongxin Huiwang had created a chaotic world with the art of yin-yang. Everything ceased to exist in this chaotic world. There was no past or future. Space became boundlessly vast. In this chaotic world, even one's Tao heart, will, soul, and even one's entire being had to return to a state of chaos. It was worthy of being the Eastern Xian divine domain's pinnacle power. Its terrifying power was enough to kill a Tao profound pinnacle expert. It was a pity that Dongxian Huihuang's opponent was Sima Xiaoxiao. Just as everyone thought that Sima Xiaoxiao would be shackled even if she was not killed after being trapped in the chaotic world, a black flame erupted from the center of the chaotic world shackles. The black flame contained the supreme will of heaven's Tao's destruction, extremely similar to the fire of calamity. The flame's power contained a terrifying power that could incinerate the 9 heavens, sweeping out in all directions and incinerating the chaotic world's power layer by layer. Black Lotus Calamity Fire. You want to break my yin-yang ultimate art with just the power of the Calamity Fire released by the Black Lotus Avatar? Sima Xiaoxiao, you've underestimated my Dongxian Huihuang. Dongxian Huihuang had mobilized Heaven Pavilion's power to investigate Sima Xiaoxiao before the ranking match, so he naturally had some understanding of her ability. It was said that Sima Xiaoxiao had cultivated a Black Lotus avatar and could unleash the Black Lotus Calamity Fire that was more powerful than the usual fire of calamity, possessing the power to destroy the world. Currently, Sima Xiaoxiao had only released the power of the Black Lotus avatar. She had not even released her avatar, which made Dongxian Huihuang feel humiliated. Whoosh! Dongxian Huihuang opened his mouth and blew out a breath that landed on the black and white Xianguang. The yin and yang vortex formed by the black and white Xianguang's intertwining speed suddenly increased, and the chaotic world's power increased by more than 10 times. Sima Xiaoxiao's black flame was swiftly suppressed, finally being compressed to a radius of 100 feet. Yin-yang ultimate art is worthy of being the supreme power that shakes Jiushuan. It's a pity. Sima Xiaoxiao's sigh came from the chaotic world. Dongxian Huihuang had great confidence in his yin-yang ultimate art. Now that Sima Xiaoxiao had scoffed at it, Dongxian Huihuang was enraged. Boom! A black Xianguang erupted from the shackles of the chaotic world, breaking through the layers of shackles of the chaotic world. One could clearly see that in the shackled world, the space around Sima Xiaoxiao was in the shape of a black lotus flame. It burned with terrifying black flames, and a power that could burn the 9 heavens erupted. The chaotic realm, formed by Dongxian Huang's brilliant yin-yang prime spell, crumbled swiftly amidst the melting. What kind of flame is this? How can its power be so terrifying? Su Fang had been paying attention to the glorious battle between Sima Xiaoxiao and Dongxian. Witnessing Sima Xiaoxiao's terrifying flame, he was shocked as well. He had mastered the Yang Refinement Transformation Profound technique and could control and refine the energy of the purest Yang. However, Su Fang found it difficult to control and refine the flames that Sima Xiaoxiao used with his current cultivation. Shixian Daozu suddenly spoke in his mind. That is the Black Lotus Calamity Fire. Unless your cultivation surpasses the limit of Dao Master, you cannot control this calamity fire, even if you cultivate the Yang Transformation Profound Art. It's so powerful. Su Fang was shocked. He did not expect Sima Xiaoxiao's flame to be able to attract Shi Xiandaozu's attention. It was evident how extraordinary it was. Su Fang, Sima Xiaoxiao's origin is a little mysterious. He's definitely not an ordinary genius. You have to be careful. This disciple understands. Dongshuan's brilliant yin-yang prime spell was broken, and Sima Xiaoxiao's flame power was still undiminished as it swept towards him. Sensing that something was wrong, a Xianguang shot out from between his brows. Once the Xianguang was released, it immediately blocked Sima Xiaoxiao's flame power and shattered it. The Xianguang retracted, revealing a flying sword. The flying sword was very peculiar, exuding an ancient and chaotic air of vicissitudes. It was obviously an ancient treasure. The black and white Xianguang on the flying sword was constantly changing, giving off a terrifying feeling of yin and yang changing endlessly. Sensing the aura of the flying sword, Su Fang's purple fate avatar trembled, a strong desire surging from the bottom of his heart to possess it. This mystical sword is definitely a treasure, a royal Xianguang that surpasses the pinnacle of supreme grade pinnacle. It's also not an ordinary royal grade artifact. Su Fang was deeply shocked by Dongshuan's brilliant sword. This was the heritage of Heaven Pavilion's disciples. To possess such an amazing Xianguang was not something that could be obtained with luck alone. Sima Xiao Xiao, this reputed one's true trump card, the Yin-Yang Divine Sword. Dongshuan's brilliant voice was as majestic as the flying sword, exuding an unparalleled majesty and ancientness. The Yin-Yang Divine Sword. Although Dongshuan's brilliance had been stopped by Sima Xiao Xiao in Shirua Valley and could not enter the main tower, he had obtained an unparalleled fortune in the auxiliary tower, the sword incantation to activate the Yin-Yang Divine Sword. After the Battle of the Top 10, Dongxian Daozu had bestowed the Yin-Yang Divine Sword to Dongxian Guangguang and personally guided him in his cultivation, mastering the sword incantation and integrating the sword. This was the trump card that Dongxian Guangguang was confident of defeating Sima Xiao Xiao. He had taken it out now to make a final gamble. Dongxian Guangguang continued, Sima Xiao Xiao, the power of my Yin-Yang Divine Sword is unparalleled. I can't fully control its power either. Once it's activated, it might hurt you or even kill you. Just admit defeat. Admit defeat? Dongxian Guangguang, a mere Xianguang, can't threaten me, Sima Xiao Xiao said coldly. If that's the case, then you must be careful. Dongxian Guangguang smiled domineeringly as a thought flashed into the Yin-Yang Divine Sword. The black and white Xianguang blended and collided within the Yin-Yang Divine Sword, forming whirlpools and releasing countless different Daos, forming a millstone-like Dao wheel. The Dao of Wood, Dao of Earth, Dao of Sector Lord, Dao of Dominion, Dao of Pills, Dao of Tools, Dao of Formation, Dao of Immortality, Dao of Space, Dao of Sword, Dao of Poison. Different Daos formed 3,000 Dao wheels, spiraling and whistling, bursting with different powers as they rolled towards Sima Xiao Xiao. Su Fong used the Heaven's derivation solution to deduce the Dao wheels and was deeply shocked. At the same time, he gained a lot of enlightenment. The law of Heaven's evolution displayed by this Yin-Yang Divine Sword is extremely similar to the evolution of Heaven's path that I saw when I borrowed the heart of the other tribe's expert, Slayer. This should be the reason why Daos are interconnected. 3,000 Dao wheels rolled over, the power incomparably astonishing. It was sufficient to crush powerhouses that surpassed Dao Profound Realm. Although the Xian Bao is extraordinary, it's a pity that Master is too weak. The myriad of great Daos are no match for my Black Lotus Tribulation Fire. Sima Xiao Xiao smiled indifferently. The surrounding Black Lotus suddenly bloomed with Black Xianguang. The moment the Black Xianguang touched the 3,000 Dao wheels, it immediately burst into flames, and the Dao wheels were incinerated. Half an hour later, Dongxian Huihuang's attack with the Yin-Yang Divine Sword vanished. Looking at Sima Xiao Xiao again, her face was slightly pale. It was obvious that she had expended quite a bit of energy, but the depths of her eyes were still incomparably deep and unperturbed. I lost. Dongxian Huihuang had no choice but to admit defeat. If they continued, not only would they have no chance of winning, they would only be humiliating themselves. Sighs of disappointment rang out in Daolis City. The hope of Dongshuan's glory had been completely dashed. The shadow of failure loomed over the hearts of every Dongxian cultivator. It could not be helped. Sima Xiao Xiao was too strong, so strong that she was undefeatable. The Dongxian Divine Region had to accept defeat. The champion of the Jiushuan gods, chosen this time, would definitely be Sima Xiao Xiao. Dongshuan's powerhouses were disappointed as well. Tua Qianji suddenly spoke. The Dongxian Divine Region might still have a chance. Why are all of you so dejected? Su Fong? Many powerhouses shook their heads and sighed. Dongxian Huihuang had the Yin-Yang Divine Sword, but he was still no match for Sima Xiao Xiao. Even if Su Fong had hidden some powerful abilities, he could not turn the tables. No one paid attention to the next few matches of the 7th round. No matter what the outcome was, it could not change the fact that Dongshuan's champion was taken away by a South Xian cultivator. When the 7th round ended, the top 10 ranking matches were already very clear. According to the results, Sima Xiao Xiao and Su Fong had won all 7 matches while Dongxian Huihuang had only lost 1 match. No matter how the next two matches went, the three of them would definitely occupy the top three positions. The Rock Prince, Gu Qianqi, and Jing Song were no longer in the top three. Based on their abilities, they would be ranked 4th to 6th if there were no accidents. However, it was not certain. The Rock Prince had been severely injured by Su Fong, so no one could tell how much strength he could still unleash. The sky-devouring divine python, Shu Chongxiao, Gung Ming, and Fu Xinai also had a chance to fight for the top 6 positions. The 8th round of matches began. The first match was Sima Xiao. She had defeated Shu Chongxiao easily without displaying any powerful abilities, winning all 8 matches. She only had one match left with Su Fong before she could win all 9 matches and become the champion of the Dongxian Divine region. In many people's eyes, Sima Xiao had already secured first place. There was no longer much suspense. Sima Xiao had drawn Shu Chongxiao, which meant that Su Fong's opponent for this round was Dongxian Huiwang. Su Fong no longer paid attention to the other matches. He sat cross-legged on the altar and devoured Executioner's cultivation base to recover from the battle with the Rock Prince. Dongxian Huiwang did the same. He could only make use of this battle and use Su Fong's defeat to step on Su Fong's head to erase the shadow of his defeat at Sima Xiao's hands. At the same time, he wanted to make use of this battle to completely wash away the hatred and humiliation he had toward Su Fong. Therefore, in his heart, this match with Su Fong was even more important than the one with Sima Xiao. Sima Xiao is unbeatable, but Su Fong, he must be crushed this time. Dongxian Huiwang looked at Su Fong, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The 8th round of matches continued until the last match. It was Su Fong and Dongxian Huiwang's turn. Su Fong, get up here and fight this reputed one. Chapter 29-26. Su Fong vs. Dongxian Huang. This battle drew the attention of Eastern Xian's cultivators once again. Dongxian Huang was a top disciple of Heaven Pavilion with an extraordinary status. Su Fong, on the other hand, was from a race forsaken by the heavens from a low-level universe. He had risen at an astonishing speed, and his performance in the first 6 stages of the Blood Valley's final was stunning. Even Sima Xiao could not overshadow his brilliance. What kind of brilliant light would be released from the collision between the two? Everyone was talking about it. Su Fong defeated Dongxian Huang in the elite competition, and Dongxian Huang's hand was destroyed by Su Fong in Shuilua Valley. Su Fong will win this battle. Not necessarily. Dongxian Huang's strength was suppressed in the elite competition in Shuilua Valley, but there are no shackles in this final. Dongxian Huang has the Yin-Yang Divine Sword and Dongxian Daozu's personal guidance. Other than Sima Xiao, no one can beat him. What's there to fight about? No matter who wins, it's only a battle for the second place. The first place is taken by Southern Xian's genius, and it's a woman. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. There are different opinions about who would win between Su Fong and Dongxian Huang, but there was one thing that everyone agreed on. This battle was for Dongxuan's second place. As for the first place, it belonged to Sima Xiao, and no one could shake it. Not only were the cultivators in Daoless City speculating about the outcome of this battle, but the various mystical worlds and forces were also speculating about it. In the Medicine God Avenue, everyone held their breaths and waited. In the void not far from the Medicine God Avenue, inside the floating treasure ship, the yellow-robed young man, Zhao Shiqi, stared at the image in the Xianbao and sneered, Su Fong, how dare you, a lowly race forsaken by the heavens, meddle in the affairs of the Supreme Celestials? Dongxian Huang will crush you this time, humiliating you in front of the entire Eastern Xian cultivators. Let's see what right you have to meddle in this prince's affairs. Celestial Realm. Xuanxin, Luo, Qingyu, Bai Ling, and the others stared intently at the light screen above Square Sky City, as if there was a huge rock hanging in their hearts. All eyes were on him. Su Fong took a step forward and appeared directly above the blood-colored substance. Dongxian Huiwang looked at Su Fong with a disdainful gaze and said coldly, Su Fong, I've said it before. No matter how you try to play to the gallery, or how you've resorted to trickery, you'll have to speak with your true capability in the end. This time, I'm going to step on your head and let everyone know that you're just a clown who only knows how to play to the gallery. Su Fong's eyes were as calm as an ancient well as he lightly said, "If I lose, then I will be a clown. If you lose, then wouldn't you be worse than a clown?" In a battle between cultivators, victory and defeat is a very normal thing, yet you place such importance on it. With such a Tao heart, your future achievements will be limited. You're just trying to find a way out for the upcoming failure. Dongxian Hui Wang scoffed. Then, his killing intent soared. During the elite competition, you took away my blood-refined mastiff, causing me to fall behind in the first 6 stages. In Shuirua Valley, you took away an arm of mine. If I don't avenge this, my Tao heart won't be at ease. No matter what you say, I won't let you go today. It's too bad. I'm restricted by the rules. I can't kill you, otherwise, I'd definitely take your head. Su Fong stared at Dongxian Hui Wang. Dongxian Hui Wang, it looks like your Tao heart has been messed up after the battle with Sima Xiao Xiao. You've lost the courage a cultivator should have. You're being so arrogant now, only to hide the cowardice in your heart. Dongxian Hui Wang spoke with conviction. Sima Xiao Xiao is undefeatable. What's there to be ashamed about losing to her? The first place belongs to Sima Xiao Xiao. I'm powerless to reverse the situation, but as long as I crush you, I'll be able to secure the second place of Dongxian in the 9 Mysteries Heaven selection. Such a result is enough to make my name known throughout the 9 mysteries. What else can I ask for? Su Fong shook his head and sighed. I thought you, Dongxian Hui Wang, were someone important. I didn't expect you to be the same as Dongxian Jun. You're far inferior to Gu Tianqi and Shu Chongxiao. You can't even compare to Dongxian Zheng. Your future achievements will be limited to Dongxian Divine Domain. At most, you'll be an overlord. Who do you think you are? Why do you have to judge me? Let's see how you'll judge me when I step on your head. Dongxian Hui Wang smiled domineeringly and began to release his thoughts. His thoughts turned into a giant dragon made of intertwined black and white, exuding a shocking aura of the Tao of Yin and Yang. With a low growl, it charged towards Su Fong. Dongxian Hui Wang, such an ordinary method can't do anything to me. Su Fong, are you looking down on me, or have you run out of tricks? Su Fong sneered in disdain. Only then could the murderous aura surge out of his body. His murderous intent erupted as well. The crimson prison, soul-slashing saber swept up a saber light that resembled a river of blood towards the giant dragon. Rumble. The giant dragon was slashed into pieces by the crimson prison's soul-slashing saber, but the saber light's power did not diminish as it charged towards Dongxian Hui Wang. The murderous intent contained in the crimson prison soul-slashing saber attacked Dongxian Hui Wang's Tao heart, causing him to feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. You've only cultivated to become the god of sanguinity with the help of my celestial mastiff. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The murderous intent in Dongxian Hui Huang's eyes burned even more fiercely as thoughts flashed out from between his brows. A total of 300 thoughts turned into 300 Tao wheels like giant millstones, erupting with the power of different Taos to crush the saber light and charge towards Su Fong. Dongxian Hui Huang's power came from the divine sword of yin-yang divination. However, it was not directly activated by the divine sword, but by his thoughts. Although its power could not be compared to the divine sword of yin-yang divination, it was still significant. Dongxian Hui Wang had defeated the Rock Prince with this power. Amazing power indeed, but still far from enough if you want to defeat me, Su Fong. Su Fong released his Celestial Yellow Avatar, Celestial Sun Avatar, and Crimson Malice Avatar, charging towards the 300 rolling Tao wheels. Su Fong had already grasped Dongxian Hui Huang's ability in the previous battle with Sima Xiao Xiao. Seeing that he had not displayed his true strength, Su Fong naturally would not use his true trump card. Rumble. The Celestial Yellow Avatar erupted with 6 great powers. The Celestial Sun Avatar executed the ability to form a formation with a thought. The Celestial Sun Avatar activated the True Yang, vanquishing Evil Sword. The Crimson Malice avatar executed the Blood Prison Soul Cleaving Saber. The 4 avatars executed different abilities, each of them powerful and extraordinary. When they clashed with the 300 Dao wheels, they triggered a series of earth-shattering explosions. The entire blood-colored substance was shaking, chaotic air currents roaring. Such a horrifying scene was absolutely not what a confrontation between Dao Lord cultivators could cause. Even ordinary Dao, profound powerhouses also found it hard to cause such shocking destruction. The Dao wheels shattered in the collision. Su Fang's 4 avatars were also greatly exhausted, and were all recalled by Su Fang into the Dao Palace. Dongxian Huiwang was already greatly exhausted from the battle with Sima Xiao Xiao. Now that he had lost 300 thoughts, his aura weakened. Dongxian Huiwang cried out in shock, "Su Fang, this reputed one has to admit that you have the right to be on equal footing with this reputed one. The speed of your growth is simply shocking to this reputed one. Before the start of the Jiuxuan's heavenly selection, you were only an insignificant ant. Now you're actually catching up to this reputed one." Su Fang sneered. "When you were instigated by Yi Feibai to kill me in the elite competition, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Don't be smug too early. Your ability is transforming, but so is this reputed one. You've climbed very high now, but this reputed one will let you know that the higher you climb, the harder you fall." Yin Yang Ultimate One Art. Dongxian Huiwang sneered disdainfully, finally executing the Heaven Pavilion's supreme technique, Yin Yang Ultimate One Art. "I'd like to see if my Lord's 10 Direction seal is more powerful, or if East Profound Pavilion's Yin Yang Ultimate One Art is more powerful." Su Fang released 9 thoughts, each forming a different seal, erupting with the domineering power of my Lord's 10 Direction seal, instantly forming a world that sealed all directions. The yin-yang vortex formed by yin-yang ultimate one art collided with the power of my Lord's 10 Direction seal, fighting for the dominance and control of space. The force of the collision was terrifying, erupting with blinding starlight, shattering the space. Other than the crimson substance, the other geniuses, including the big goblin, were all dazzled, except for Sima Xiao Xiao, who stood still. In Dallas City, countless people were exclaiming in shock. The power of the yin-yang vortex formed by yin-yang ultimate one art was quickly depleted, shattering layer by layer under the impact of Su Fang's 10 Direction seal, eventually vanishing into nothingness. Su Fang took the opportunity to shackle Dongxian Huihuang in this world. Su Fang shouted domineeringly, "Dongxian Huihuang, it's far from enough if you want to step on my head. You know that this reputed one still has the yin-yang divine sword, yet you're still so arrogant. Your confidence should come from the mysterious power you obtained in Shirua Valley. This reputed one wants to take revenge for my severed hand as well. Show me your strongest power." In his rage, Dongxian Huiwang grabbed the yin-yang divine sword. This was his final trump card. The ancient, chaotic air shattered the surrounding shackles. Dongxian Huiwang was about to activate the yin-yang divine sword. Suddenly, "Do I need to use my strongest technique to deal with you?" Su Fang sneered in disdain. He then released his purple fate avatar, bursting with divine power to complement the power of my Lord's 10 Direction seal, enveloping Dongxian Huiwang and the yin-yang divine sword once again. Before the power of the yin-yang divine sword could be unleashed, it began to hum and tremble under the power of the purple fate avatar, its aura suppressed. Dongxian Huiwang was shocked to find that it was difficult to control the yin-yang divine sword. His cultivation base was only that of a Taoist after all, and the time he had spent merging with the yin-yang divine sword was too short. If he had not mastered the sword art, it would have been impossible for him to control a king grade Xian Bao like the yin-yang divine sword. Now that the yin-yang divine sword was suppressed by Su Fang's purple fate avatar, Dongxian Huihuang was naturally unable to control it. Chapter 29-27. The sound of wasp wing soul attack caused Dongxian Huang's soul to tremble and lose focus for a moment. Almost at the same time, Su Fang's eyes shot out a needle-like red light. It was the true Eye of Annihilation, attacking Dongxian Huang's soul directly. Dongxian Huang screamed in agony, his entire body trembling. Heaven-piercing blood king vines, gui. Su Fang's arms parted, turning into blood vines as quick as fire. They crossed the distance in an instant and wrapped around Dongxian Huang. Su Fang then spat out a gush of poisonous blood from gui. With a swoosh, it swept towards Dongxian Huang like a tidal wave. Su Fang's continuous attacks exhausted Dongxian Huang, his heart filled with surprise and shock. He had originally calculated that after he activated the yin-yang divine sword, Su Fang would definitely display the mysterious and incomparably powerful power that he had displayed in Su Ruo Valley. He was very confident in the yin-yang divination sword and was sure that Su Fang would be unable to resist. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Who knew? Su Fang did not act according to Dongxian Huang's plan at all. He used his purple fate avatar to deal with Dongxian Huang's yin-yang divination sword. Although he could not snatch it away, Dongxian Huang was unable to activate it. Dongxian Huang's trump card had been rendered useless. Dongxian Huang had relied too much on the Xian Bao and was too confident in the yin-yang divination sword. That was how Su Fang had caught the flaw. In fact, Su Fang had already used the purple fate avatar's ability when he fought Sir Duo Bao during the top 10 battle. Dongxian Huang had thought that Su Fang was just playing to the gallery. He had never thought that the purple fate avatar's ability to control the Xian Bao would be so astounding that even his yin-yang divination sword could be controlled. Su Fang did not plan to use the primordial qi. He had to save his most powerful trump card for Sima Xiao. Gui's poison and heaven-piercing blood king vines were enough to deal with Dongxian Huang. Dongxian Huang felt an excruciating pain from his soul. At the same time, his vitality and energy were draining rapidly. The terrifying poisonous blood swept over again. Dongxian Huang was both shocked and enraged. He could no longer gather his thoughts to counterattack, so he could only endure the excruciating pain in his soul and release his 6 avatars, disregarding his physical body, in preparation for the final counterattack. Su Fang tossed out a brocade handkerchief with a wave of his hand that appeared above Dongshuan's glorious sky, transforming into 100 feet in size. Countless budding flowers were embroidered on the brocade handkerchief. All of them suddenly bloomed like thousands of blooming peach blossoms, emitting a pink fog that spread rapidly and enveloped Dongshuan's glorious physical body and Dharma body. The fragrance of the peach blossom seeped into Dongshuan's Dao palace and Dao heart, causing his consciousness to turn blurry. Not only his physical body, but even his avatar's gaze turned blurry. At the same time, a flame of desire ignited within Dongshuan's glorious body, burning uncontrollably like a ferocious beast in heat as it let out a roar. The brocade handkerchief Xianbo was the Xianbo that Su Fang had snatched from Yi Fian. Su Fang happened to be lacking a powerful Xianbo, so he had fused with it. Unexpectedly, it had come in handy now. Dongxian Huang had been severely injured. His consciousness was affected by the power of the brocade handkerchief Xianbo, causing him to fall into a frenzy. He tore his robe apart, revealing his fair skin that resembled a woman's. "Women, I want women!" Dongxian Huang roared like a wild beast, a terrifying light surging in his eyes. Looking at the scene, Su Fang shuddered with fear, his scalp tingling. He quickly retrieved the transcendent Blood King vines and Gui's poisonous blood. Even the brocade handkerchief Xianbo, Dongxian Huang, did not need his help now. If I had been controlled by Yi Fian that day, I would be just like Dongxian right now. Su Fang shuddered as he recalled how he had almost been killed by Yi Fian that day. Dongshuan's glorious appearance not only shocked the top 10 geniuses, but also the many Dongxian cultivators in Wudao City and the 3 Jiushuan higher-ups in the sky. "Women, I want women." Dongxian Huang looked at Sima Xiao. Only Sima Xiao was a woman in this space. Phew, Dongxian Huiwang pounced towards Sima Xiaoxiao. Sima Xiaoxiao was shocked and furious, her eyes filled with fierce killing intent. Enough! The Jiushuan expert snarled coldly as a wave of will descended, impacting Dongshuan's glorious Dao, heart, and consciousness, waking him up instantly. The burning flame in his body was quickly extinguished as well. Dongxian Huiwang could not help spitting out a mouthful of blood when he saw how disheveled his clothes were. He could still remember clearly what had happened earlier. What was he doing just now if he wasn't a clown? Such humiliation could never be washed away. Su Fang, how dare you humiliate me like this? I'll kill you. Dongxian Huiwang's murderous intent soared as he roared and charged towards the crimson substance. The 6 avatars he had left on the crimson substance charged towards Su Fang as well. Scram! A domineering and dazzling saber light slashed towards Dongxian Huiwang's 6 avatars with Su Fang's cold cry. This battle has ended. Su Fang is the winner. Both parties are not allowed to continue fighting. The will of the Jiushuan expert descended abruptly, shackling Dongxian Huiwang and his physical body. Su Fang's saber light shattered instantly and turned into nothingness. Su Fang, a cultivator can be killed, but not humiliated. How dare you humiliate this reputed one? This reputed one will never live under the same sky as you. Dongxian Huiwang's gaze was filled with resentment as he glared at Su Fang. How could Dongxian Huiwang face anyone after being humiliated in front of the entire Dongxian Divine Region's cultivators? This was worse than killing Dongxian Huiwang. Could he hate Su Fang? It's your lack of ability and Dao heart that is not resilient enough. What does it have to do with me? Su Fang felt a little guilty. He did not expect Yi Fi and Xian Bao to be so bizarre and humiliate Dongxian Huiwang so much. However, he could not show it on the surface. It was good that Dongxian Huiwang was humiliated. Let's see if he could still be arrogant in the future. Dongxian Huiwang gritted his teeth and said, "If I hadn't exhausted myself in the battle with Sima Xiaoxiao, how could I have given you the opportunity to attack?" Su Fang, after the Jiushuan's chosen one, this reputed one wants to have a battle of life and death with you. A true expert has the courage to face any failure. Those who are weak, not only do they not dare to face failure, they even find excuses for themselves. Dongxian Huiwang, you're the latter. I, Su Fang, disdain to fight a coward like you. Su Fang chuckled coldly and left the crimson substance immediately to come to the altar. Dongxian Huiwang gritted his teeth. Su Fang, congratulations. You have won 8 matches in a row. You have hope of winning first place. Gu Qianqi, Xu Chongxiao, and the rest congratulated Su Fang. Su Fang said humbly, "It's only a victory over Dongxian Huiwang. It's not worth mentioning." Gu Qianqi suddenly said, "Su Fang, your handkerchief like Xian Bao seems to be a woman's artifact. It looked familiar too. I remember now. That's the Xian Bao of Zhongshuan Yi clan's young miss, Yi Fian. How did her artifact end up in your hands?" Su Fang touched the tip of his nose, not knowing how to explain. The other geniuses looked at Su Fang strangely. Gu Qianqi said, "Su Fang, if you use the Xian Bao when you fight with Sima Xiaoxiao, you might have a chance of winning." Using the Xian Bao to fight Sima Xiaoxiao? It seemed like a good idea. Su Fang's gaze swept over Sima Xiaoxiao. Sima Xiaoxiao said coldly, "In the next round of confrontation, feel free to use whatever methods you have. But you have to consider clearly what the consequences will be if you infuriate me." This woman was like an enraged tigress that could devour someone at any time. Su Fang's victory over Dongxian Huiwang and the latter's defeat in an extremely humiliating manner caused many cultivators in the Eastern Xian Divine Domain to discuss it. Shameless. Su Fang is too shameless. He actually used such a method to fight Tinga's top genius. What tricks can't be used in a fight between cultivators? Dongxian Huiwang was defeated because he overestimated himself and his Dao heart wasn't strong enough. No matter what, Su Fang's methods are too ruthless. Dongxian Huiwang's peerless genius has been destroyed by Su Fang. Dongxian Huihuang's skin is really fair, fairer than a woman's. Maybe a lot of women and even men will fall for him now. Exalted Elder Spring and Autumn shouted angrily. Su Fong is so despicable to humiliate Tiange's peerless genius. Tiange must punish him severely. The Grand Elder of Luo Shao Sword Sect chuckled and retorted, "You can only blame Dongxian Huihuang for being lustful. Otherwise, how could he have fallen for it so easily?" Exalted Elder Spring and Autumn, Lord Tuo Qinji hasn't spoken yet, and you can't wait to punish Su Fong. Do you still have Lord Tuo Qinji in your eyes? Exalted Elder Spring and Autumn's heart skipped a beat. It was not his turn to make the decision here. Everyone looked at Tuo Qinji. The latter smiled casually and asked, "I wonder what are Su Fong's chances of winning against Sima Xiao in the next battle?" Only then did everyone remember that only Su Fong had the chance to fight for first place with Sima Xiao and defend Dongxian Divine Region's honor. How could Tiange punish Su Fong for a failed disciple at such a crucial moment? In Fangtian City, all the cultivators and mortals cheered for Su Fong's victory. The alchemists and disciples of the Medicine God Path were also excited. In the void not far away from Medicine God Dao, Zhao Shiqi, the celestial youth, was shocked and terrified. D***. What kind of bad luck did I have to offend such a powerful genius? This person is so ruthless that he even dared to humiliate Dongxian Huihuang, Dongxian Heavenly Pavilion's top genius. What more me? Zhao Shiqi was intimidated by Su Fong's strength and methods. The purple-faced middle-aged man said softly, "Don't panic, Your Highness 17th. Su Fong still has one more battle with Sima Xiao. He will definitely lose this battle. When that time comes, even if Su Fong loses the last battle, he is still Dongxian Divine Region's top genius. In the old forefather's heart, is he, the top genius, more important than me, a descendant who is separated by countless generations? Scram, go to Medicine God Dao and count out as Su Fong to apologize." Chapter 29-28. After the 8th round, only Su Fong and Sima Xiao remained undefeated. There was no doubt that the winner of the Jiuquan Heavens chosen tournament would be one of them. The final round had begun. However, the crowd's attention was no longer on the other geniuses, but on the final match between Su Fong and Sima Xiao. Countless cultivators of the Eastern Profound Divine Domain were looking forward to this battle. However, no one dared to place too much hope on Su Fong. Sima Xiao's previous performance was too strong, giving people the impression that she was invincible. The chances of Su Fong defeating her were slim. At the same time, they placed all their hopes on Su Fong, hoping that he could create a miracle and become the Eastern Xian Divine Region's champion. Supreme Venerable Spring Autumn said confidently, "With Su Fong's previous performance, he will surely defeat Sima Xiao and defend the dignity of Eastern Xian Divine Region." The other Dongxian heavyweights looked at Supreme Venerable Spring Autumn in shock. He had belittled Su Fong again and again. So shouldn't he pour cold water on him now? Great Elder Chang's son was stunned, but he soon understood and nodded. That's right. Su Fong has all kinds of extraordinary abilities, and he is very scheming and shrewd. As long as he gives it his all, he will surely defeat Sima Xiao. The crowd quickly understood the duo's intentions, and some of them frowned. They were obviously trying to put Su Fong on a pedestal, and when Su Fong was defeated, they would definitely hit him when he was down. The two Dongxian heavyweights were deliberately targeting a junior genius. Such behavior was shameful to many heavyweights. Tuo Qinji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. No matter the outcome of the battle between Su Fong and Sima Xiao, he is still a top genius of Eastern Xian Divine Region. Don't forget, the top 10 ranking is the beginning of the Jiuquan Heavens chosen tournament. Next is the Intermediate Xian Finals. Supreme Venerable Spring Autumn and Great Elder Chang's son could only smile awkwardly at Tuo Qinji's words and dismiss their thoughts. In Dallas City, people were also speculating and discussing the upcoming final battle. South of Dallas City, A woman in white stood in the air and looked up at the sky. Her gaze passed through the enchantment of the Blood Valley and saw the Su Fong above Slaughter Mountain. Su Fong, you can definitely win. This woman was none other than Du Zhixiang, the Holy Virgin of the Mystic Maiden Palace, who had publicly confessed her love to Su Fong before the top 10 ranking competition. That day when she confessed her love to Su Fong in front of everyone, it was not an impulsive act, but a premeditated action. The Mystic Lady Palace was a very special sect. The female disciples they cultivated would eventually marry into the major forces to stabilize the power of the Mystic Lady Palace. Among the disciples in the sect, the luckier ones would marry some geniuses. The unluckier ones would be given to the big shots of the super forces as concubines. They were no different from sex toys. Although Du Zhixiang was the holy maiden of the Mystic Maiden Palace, her fate was no different from that of an ordinary disciple. That day when she summoned up the courage to confess her love to Su Fong, it was precisely because she hoped to change her fate. The final battle between Su Fong and Sima Xiaoxiao was not only related to Du Zhixiang's fate, it was also related to the fate of countless people. Fong Tian City, Medicine God Dao, and everyone held their breaths as they stared at Su Fong, hoping that he could win this battle. Time flew by. As the other 4 battles in the final round ended, the top 10 rankings were settled except for the first and second place. Dongxian Huiwang had won the 3rd place. In a battle with Su Fong, Dongxian Huiwang had made a fool of himself in front of everyone. His Dao heart almost shattered. It was not easy for him to persist until the end and win the 3rd place. There were so many geniuses in the Eastern Xian Divine Realm, and there were also geniuses from the Southern Xian Divine Realm participating this time. It was a great honor for Dongxian Huiwang to be ranked 3rd. However, there was no trace of joy on Dongxian Huiwang's face. At this moment, his mind was filled with images of being mocked by others. His heart was filled with humiliation and hatred. How could he be happy? Gu Tianqi was ranked 4th, while Jingcong and the Rock Prince were ranked 5th and 6th respectively. The Rock Prince was also unlucky. With his ability, he should at least be ranked 4th, but he was first injured by Sima Xiaoxiao, then had his vitality and blood devoured by Su Fong's heaven-piercing Blood King vines. After that, he lost 2 consecutive battles and was taken advantage of by Gu Tianqi, while the Rock Prince was ranked behind Jingcong. From the 7th to the 10th place were the Yao Youth, Geng Ming, Shu Chongxiao, and Fu Xinai. Of course, there were those who were happy and those who were sad. Finally, it was the final battle. All eyes were on it. Sima Xiaoxiao slowly flew onto the crimson substance. Su Fong followed closely behind, both of them standing 1,000 miles apart. The Jiushuan expert said majestically, "This reputed one has already explained the rules of this ranking battle clearly to all of you. Do you need this reputed one to repeat it?" Su Fong and Sima Xiaoxiao said at the same time, "Thank you, sir. We understand. There's no need for you to repeat it." The Jiushuan expert nodded. "Since both of you understand the rules, then this reputed one shall not say much. However, both of you are the peerless geniuses of the human race, the future pillars of our race. There's no grudge between the both of you. So this reputed one has to warn both of you that this battle can only end when it's appropriate. You're not allowed to hurt anyone intentionally." Glancing at Sima Xiaoxiao, the Jiushuan expert warned, "Don't mention what you said earlier about becoming a slave if you lose, and taking Su Fong's head if you win." Sima Xiaoxiao replied respectfully, "Yes." The Jiushuan expert beamed. "That's great. Let's begin. Although it's not a battle of life and death, this reputed one hopes that both of you can give your all. All of Dongxian is watching you." Sima Xiaoxiao's cold gaze fell on Su Fong. "Count yourself lucky this time. Otherwise, I would have taken your shameless head." Su Fong smiled sheepishly. "I'm afraid Miss Sima has misunderstood. What I did in Shiro Valley last time was unintentional. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. It would have been better if you did not mention it." Once he did, Sima Xiaoxiao's cold brows arched like swords, and she shouted coldly, "It's the greatest shame of my life to fight with a shameless person like you." Being called a shameless person by Sima Xiaoxiao, Su Fong was inwardly enraged. He raised his brows and said, "Miss Sima, don't be so unforgiving and hurtful with your words." Sima Xiao said coldly, "A lowly existence like you, although you've changed your fate through your own efforts and climbed to your current height to become a genius in the eyes of everyone, you can't change your lustful nature and despicable and shameless nature. The fact that someone like you can fight with me for Dongshuan's #1 can only mean that there is no one else in the Eastern Xian divine realm." Sima Xiao's words were contemptuous of the entire Eastern Xian divine realm. Who knew how many people were enraged and hateful? Su Fong said in a masculine voice, "You, Sima Xiao, have no right to judge whether I'm despicable or not. Whether I, Su Fong, have the right to fight with you or not is also not up to you. I will use my strength to tell you that not only do I have the right to fight with you, I also have the ability to defeat you." Defeat me? Previously, your Eastern Xian Divine Realm's top genius, Dongxian Huiwang, was as confident as you. What happened in the end? Sima Xiao revealed a loftiness and dominance that women did not possess. Dongxian Huiwang, who was on the altar, was so angry that he trembled. Sima Xiao's cold brows swept across as she said indifferently, "Su Fong, show me your full strength or you won't have the chance to do so later. That will depend on whether you have the ability to make me, Su Fong, use my full strength." Su Fong shouted domineeringly as he released his thoughts first. This thought came from the purple fate avatar. Once it was released by Su Fong, it immediately turned into a mysterious purple vortex of energy that released a power that could devour fate, enveloping Sima Xiao within. Before this, Su Fong had meticulously deduced and formulated a plan to fight with Sima Xiao. The first step was to use the purple fate avatar to devour Sima Xiao's fate. In this way, even if Sima Xiao did not have bad luck, she would not have any good luck in this fight. When two experts of similar strength fought, even the smallest of details could affect the outcome. If Sima Xiao lacked a little bit of luck, the outcome of this battle could be directly changed. An avatar that can control the Xian Bao and devour the fate of a cultivator. Extraordinary. Su Fong, you can be considered extraordinary. However, I am no ordinary cultivator. How can I let you devour my fate so easily? Sima Xiao raised her eyebrows and immediately let out a cold laugh. Her body shook, and a black lotus shadow that was hard to see with the naked eye gushed out from her body. It released a black Xian Guang that was filled with a destructive aura, shattering Su Fong's thoughts. Su Fong was shocked. Not only does Sima Xiao have astonishing fate, but her fate seems to have been blessed by the heavenly Tao's fortune. What exactly is the origin of her black lotus avatar that it is so astonishing? Immediately after, a ball of misty white aura gushed out from Su Fong's Tao palace and transformed into a spider that could not be seen with the naked eye or essence spirit. Ever since the Blood Valley finals, Su Fong had not used the spider's ability. This was the first time he used it in this fight with Sima Xiao. Just as he was about to transmit his thoughts to the spider, the majestic voice of a Jiushuan powerhouse sounded in Su Fong's mind. "Su Fong, Sima Xiao is a genius of the human race. You are not allowed to use the spider's ability on her." The decree of a Jiushuan powerhouse could not be violated, so Su Fong had no choice but to withdraw the spider. Not being able to use the spider's ability was equivalent to crippling one of Su Fong's trump cards. However, Su Fong was not too disappointed. Sima Xiao's fate was indeed strange. If he used the spider to devour her fate, he might suffer a backlash. With the spider's current height, it might not be able to withstand it. "Su Fong, this avatar of yours can't do anything to me. Show me your strongest move." Sima Xiao snorted disdainfully. With her strength, she was unable to see the spider's existence, so she was still unaware that a Jiushuan powerhouse had just resolved the crisis for her. Next, Sima Xiao released her thoughts and turned into a flock of birds. Chapter 29. Facing the flock of flaming birds that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, Su Fong released his thoughts and erupted with a shocking divine might that controlled fire, lightning, and other extreme yang energies, instantly enveloping the surroundings. The divine might seeped into the flock of birds formed by the black flames, causing the flock to be controlled and their attacks to immediately slow down. The flock of birds was also constantly struggling and was about to be completely controlled by Su Fong. Extreme Yang Great Tao? Although it's extraordinary, the great Tao that it cultivates is so complicated. What use can it be? Sima Xiao Xiao raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a cold smile full of disdain. Then she waved her sleeve and rolled out a breath, blowing it into the flock of birds. Boom! The aura of the flock of birds suddenly surged and broke through Su Fong's divine might. Then, with a boom, they once again attacked Su Fong. Such a strange and powerful flame divine might is no different from tribulation fire. Even a yang transformation profound technique can't control it. It's because my cultivation is too low. Otherwise, how could Sima Xiao Xiao so easily break free from the control of the yang transformation profound technique? Su Fong was shocked. He released his profound yang, primordial spirit, and profound yellow avatars. At the same time, he erupted with different powerful forces and collided with the flock of birds. Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions occurred. Black flames splashed in all directions, and the aftermath shook Su Fong and his 3 avatars and forced them to retreat hundreds of miles. Sima Xiao Xiao's attack was finally resolved. However, Su Fong's 3 avatars were obviously exhausted and were sucked into the Dao Palace by Su Fong. This scene caused countless people to be greatly disappointed. There were also some who became nervous and worried for Su Fong. Sima Xiao Xiao's casual attack forced Su Fong to use his 3 avatars and was at a disadvantage. It seems that Su Fong is definitely not a match for Sima Xiao Xiao. It's not that Su Fong is too weak, but that Sima Xiao Xiao is too strong. I hope Su Fong won't lose so badly this time. Everyone was not optimistic about Su Fong. The hope placed on Su Fong was completely shattered. Sima Xiao Xiao revealed a domineering aura that women didn't have. She said in a clanging voice, Su Fong, no matter how many Dharmakayas you have, no matter how extraordinary your abilities are, in the face of absolute power, you won't be able to do anything. If you don't use your strongest move, you will lose miserably. Su Fong replied indifferently, at least I'm still standing here. Since that's the case, you won't have any more chances to perform. Let everything end. Sima Xiao Xiao shouted coldly. A black flame that could only be seen by one's primordial spirit instantly burned through the entire blood-colored material space. It wasn't a flame, but a willpower visualization technique executed by Sima Xiao Xiao using pure willpower to attack Su Fong. Bloody Hell, Soul, Slashing Blade. Su Fong possessed the 7-luster Vajra Dao heart and an astonishing will of slaughter. He had mastered a powerful will visualization technique. Moreover, this was the Blood Valley. Su Fong had the blood-killing token and could integrate a small part of the Blood Valley's will. Therefore, Su Fong was least afraid of a clash of wills. He immediately integrated the blood-killing token and executed the Bloody Hell, Soul, Slashing Blade. The will of slaughter, which had integrated with the Blood Valley's will, soared into the sky and turned into a bloody light that rapidly extended. It fiercely collided with Sima Xiao Xiao's will. A figure of Su Fong's will quickly condensed in the blood prison. The terrifying will of slaughter condensed into a blade that slashed towards Sima Xiao Xiao with a powerful will that could cut through everything. Not only did this saber strike shatter Sima Xiao Xiao's willpower world, it even annihilated her Dao heart and willpower. Fallen Dao heart flame. Sima Xiao Xiao didn't dare to be careless in the face of Su Fong's powerful will of slaughter. She displayed the fallen Dao heart flame. Her willpower transformed into a blazing black flame lotus that abruptly appeared in front of her and blocked Su Fong's bloody hell, soul slashing blade. Boom! The blade light was shattered and incinerated. The flame lotus also collapsed with a loud bang. Sima Xiao Xiao let out a muffled grunt, her body swaying as her face turned pale. In this clash of wills, Su Fangda had clearly gained the upper hand. The entire Eastern Xian divine realm was in an uproar when they saw this. The hope that had just been extinguished for many Dongxian cultivators was instantly reignited. Sima Xiaoxiao stared at Su Fang and shouted coldly, "You borrowed the will of the Blood Valley. You're cheating." Su Fang sneered, "There are no Xianbao restrictions in this top 10 ranking match. I earned the blood-killing token with my own strength. It's also a part of my strength. Why can't I use it? You came a Dongxian from the Southern Xian divine realm, so you should know that you foreign cultivators are at a disadvantage in the Blood Valley. Isn't it laughable that you're questioning my use of the blood-killing token? A mere blood-killing token can't be your life-saving straw." Sima Xiaoxiao snorted inexplicably as a terrifying aura began to brew. The current Sima Xiaoxiao gave Su Fang the feeling that she was brewing a terrifying heavenly tribulation, obviously about to unleash a powerful attack. Su Fang dared not be careless. He executed my lord's seal of 10 directions, condensing 9 strands of thought and swiftly forming a seal. Black Lotus Calamity Fire. Sima Xiaoxiao released 1,000 strands of thought in one breath, floating above the blood-colored substance. As the thoughts churned, they transformed into 1,000 black lotuses the size of bowls. 1,000 black lotuses gathered together, forming the shape of a giant black lotus. Boom! A flame divine might that exuded a terrifying destructive force enveloped Su Fang and his surroundings in an instant, forming a world that shackled Su Fang in the center. His figure disappeared from the world. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Burning black lotuses descended from the sky, drifting towards the center of the world's shackles. My lord's seal of 10 directions. While Sima Xiaoxiao was executing her most powerful ability, Su Fang was also fully activating my lord's seal of 10 directions. At this moment, he had no choice but to unleash his full strength. The supreme divine might that ruled over all 10 directions swiftly formed a boundary around Su Fang and continued to expand, colliding with Sima Xiaoxiao's world and black lotuses. Rumble. Loud explosions rocked the entire blood-colored substance. The substance began to shatter. The boundary outside began to tremble and crumble. Jiuxuan's experts hurriedly executed their divine might to stabilize the blood-colored substance and boundary. Such a shocking battle far surpassed the glorious battle between Sima Xiaoxiao and Dongxian previously. It did not seem like a battle between two Taoist masters, but a battle of life and death between the elders and heavyweights of the sections. Sima Xiaoxiao continued to release her magic power and would stabilize the world of black lotuses. The black lotus flames in the air seemed to be endless, falling towards Su Fang. The world formed by Su Fang's my lord seal of 10 directions shattered and compressed continuously under the pressure of Sima Xiaoxiao's world and the impact and burning of the black lotuses. Finally, it was only 100 feet in size and was about to be suppressed by Sima Xiaoxiao. Su Fang lost in the end. In Daoless City, sighs of disappointment and helplessness could be heard from the mystical worlds and forces of the Eastern Xian divine domain. Dongxuan's brilliant eyes were filled with delight and schadenfreude as he stared at the blood-colored substance. Su Fang, so what if you won against me? You won't be Dongxuan's champion either. In the air above the blood-colored substance, a Jiuxuan higher-up spoke. There's no more suspense in this battle. Let's end it. Who knew? The Jiuxuan expert had no intention of saving Su Fang. He said faintly, "It's not the final moment yet. Wait a little longer." Just as he finished speaking, Su Fang's 9 strands of consciousness shattered at the same time, and the power of my lord seal of 10 directions vanished as well. The pressure of the world of fire and countless burning black lotuses surged like a tidal wave. The people outside sighed in disappointment when they saw Su Fang completely engulfed. Suddenly, a chaotic aura surged out of Su Fang's body and formed a defensive barrier. Sima Xiaoxiao's attack crashed into the barrier around Su Fang like a river rushing into a vast ocean. Although the barrier trembled, it did not shatter. Instead, it was the chaotic aura around Su Fong that dissolved and merged the river-like attack. Primordial Qi. Su Fong finally unleashed his strongest power, releasing a wisp of primordial qi accumulated in the Jiuquan Daoist palace to form a strong defense that blocked Sima Xiaoxiao's attack. Then, Su Fong leaped into the air. The surrounding attacks and shackles could hardly restrain him. The sudden turn of events caused the entire Eastern Xian divine domain to gasp in shock. Even Dongshuan's powerhouses and the 3 Jiuquan higher-ups in the air were shocked and surprised. Fast as fire, Su Fong shuttled through layers of black lotuses and whirled shackles to attack Sima Xiaoxiao. Primordial Qi enveloped his palm as he swatted at Sima Xiaoxiao. Sima Xiaoxiao did not move, her eyes calm. This is already your final trump card, right? You've already used your strongest move, but I haven't. Boom! Sima Xiaoxiao's body started to burn, swiftly transforming into a lotus-shaped flame. It was not an ordinary flame, but a tribulation fire during a cultivator's tribulation. Moreover, it was not an ordinary tribulation fire, but an extremely terrifying black lotus tribulation fire that would only appear during a Tao sage's tribulation. Whoosh, the black lotus-shaped tribulation fire spiraled and howled as it collided with Su Fong's palm. Boom! The black lotus tribulation fire and Su Fong were both sent flying. The black lotus tribulation fire flickered rapidly and transformed back into Sima Xiaoxiao. At this moment, her complexion was pale and her breathing was weak. It was evident that she was heavily injured. Then, she looked at Su Fong. Su Fong only managed to stabilize himself after being sent flying several hundred miles away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A ball of black flame enveloped his right palm, burning with a hissing sound. Su Fong felt that his entire right palm had lost all feeling, as if it no longer belonged to him. His flesh, blood, and bones were rapidly turning into ashes. He hurriedly urged all the primordial qi in the Taoist palace to wear down the black flame. Primordial qi was an origin power that reigned above any other energy, so the black flame should not be much of a problem. Who knew? The black flame contained the power of the heavenly tribulation and was extremely domineering when it was driven by Sima Xiaoxiao's will. Although Su Fong's primordial qi was powerful, it was only a wisp after all. The clash with Sima Xiaoxiao just now had almost exhausted all of his primordial qi, so there was not much left in the Taoist palace. Soon, Su Fong's primordial qi was completely exhausted. Chapter 29:30. After the black lotus tribulation fire incinerated Su Fong's right palm, it did not extinguish and continued to spread up his arm. No matter how much energy Su Fong channeled, he could not stop it. The black lotus tribulation fire is actually so terrifying that it will only disappear after burning me to death. Su Fong was already very wary of the black lotus tribulation fire after being warned by Shi Xiandaozu earlier. Only now did he realize that the terror of the black lotus tribulation fire far exceeded his imagination. Su Fong's left hand shot out a sword energy and severed his right arm. Then, he urged the blood and energy in his body to surge and rapidly grow new bones and flesh. A hero severing an arm. After the black flame incinerated the severed arm, it suddenly flashed and appeared on Su Fong's newly grown arm again, burning with a huff. Su Fongda was astounded. The other top 10 geniuses were all dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Dongxian Hui Wang let out a cold chuckle filled with satisfaction and smugness. Su Fong, you destroyed my arm. Now, not only can you not keep your arm, you can't even keep your life. Ha ha, retribution. This is karma. Gu Qianqi and Xu Chengxiao glared at Dongxian Hui Wang. Dongxian Hui Wang chuckled. What is this seat wrong? Dongxian Hui Wang, this seat originally respected you, but now it seems that you are a shameless villain. This seat disdains associating with you. Gu Qianqi shouted coldly. In Daola City, the mystic worlds, forces, and countless cultivators of the Eastern profound divine realm were all shocked by Sima Xiaoxiao's powerful flames after seeing this scene. countless people started to feel nervous and worried for Su Fong. In the sky above the blood-colored substance, 3 experts were conversing in secret. The Black Lotus Tribulation Fire is a tribulation fire that only appears during a Tao Saint's heavenly tribulation. It is incomparably powerful and can incinerate a newly ascended Tao Saint. Although Sima Xiaoxiao has not cultivated the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire to that level, she can still kill Su Fong. Extraordinary, very extraordinary. Sima Xiaoxiao is only a Tao Master. How could she cultivate the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire? This seat knows a little about this. A dark-skinned old man explained. I heard that when Sima Xiaoxiao's mother became a Tao Saint, she gave birth to Sima Xiaoxiao. In the end, that woman failed her tribulation and was unable to stop the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire. She was engulfed by the Tribulation Fire and was about to be burned to death by the Tribulation Fire. Left with no other choice, Sima Xiaoxiao's mother used her own cultivation and blood essence as a seal to fuse the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire with Sima Xiaoxiao, who was in the midst of gestation. That woman originally had no other choice but to do so. I didn't expect her to succeed in one go. Although she died, she preserved Sima Xiaoxiao and even caused Sima Xiaoxiao to be born with the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire. The Zhoushuan expert and the other expert came to a sudden realization. No wonder Sima Xiaoxiao possesses such astonishing strength at such a young age. Sima Xiaoxiao's mother is also an extraordinary woman. Sima Xiaoxiao fused with the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire before she was born. She is the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire, and the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire is her. She doesn't need to cultivate any Dharma body. She only needs to continuously raise her cultivation, and the power of the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire will increase accordingly. With such talent, no one in the Zhoushuan God realm can compare to her. Su Fong has lost. He has nothing to say about his loss. Announce the end of the match. The Zhoushuan expert pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "Let's wait a little longer. Su Fong may have the ability to resolve this." Sima Xiaoxiao's cold and arrogant voice sounded. "Su Fong, if you admit defeat now, I can save your life. However, you won't be able to keep that arm of yours. You destroyed Qiu Changfeng's arm. Now that I've destroyed your arm, you can only blame yourself for this. Admit defeat? It's too early for you to be happy." A vicious glint flashed across Su Fong's eyes. The mysterious Tao rune from the heavenly secret life shrinking technique surged out of the Zhoushuan Tao palace and condensed into a saber. The saber of life. Swish! The illusory blade slashed at his right arm. The black flame that was incessantly burning his physical body didn't seem to have changed at all. However, Su Fong's saber of life severed the fate connection between the flame and Sima Xiaoxiao. Sima Xiaoxiao's body shuddered, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire. At this moment, it was equivalent to Su Fong severing a part of her with a saber strike, so her vitality was naturally greatly damaged. After losing its fate connection with Sima Xiaoxiao, the flame instantly became an ownerless object and was no longer as domineering. Su Fong's blood, consciousness, and energy surged into the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire, forcibly sealing it before sucking it into the Tao Palace. More than half of his right arm had already been incinerated, leaving only a bare half. Moreover, the Black Lotus Tribulation Fire was a type of heavenly tribulation power with incomparably astonishing might. Su Fong's incinerated arm was actually unable to recover with his blood. The Destiny Platform's supreme divine power. Heavenly secret life shrinking technique. Sima Xiaoxiao's divine light instantly changed. Soon after, fierce killing intent flashed in her eyes. The heavenly secret life shrinking technique can't change your fate of failure. Hand over that Black Lotus Tribulation Fire and kneel down to beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged at Su Fong like a blazing flame. I, Su Fong, was able to go from a mortal in a low-level universe to a peerless genius in the Joshuan God realm precisely because I possessed the heavenly secret life shrinking technique. Through my continuous efforts, I grasped my own fate and changed the future step by step. Who do you think you are, Sima Xiao Xiao, to presume to determine my fate? Su Fong spoke in a lofty voice, and his eyes were filled with decisiveness and determination. Then, his glabella suddenly split open, releasing 1,000 thoughts. The thoughts were black and white, and they spiraled around Su Fong before exploding into black and white Xianguang. The black and white Xianguang merged into one, and the yin and yang vortex flowed in reverse. As the Xianguang flickered, it reflected the scenes that had happened before. At this moment, Su Fong had turned the tables and controlled the heavenly secret's fate. The art of mediating destiny. Sima Xiao Xiao, who was charging over, sensed the supreme power contained in the black and white Xianguang that could change the past and control the future. She was greatly shocked and stopped in her tracks. The great Tao of Yin Yang? Su Fong has mastered Heaven Pavilion's supreme great Tao of Yin Yang as well. Shock surfaced in Dongxuan's brilliant eyes. During the elite competition, he had executed the art of Yin Yang and was about to suppress Su Fong when Su Fong had used this supreme power to escape. That's not the great Tao of Yin Yang, but a supreme power that incorporates the great Tao of time, the heavenly secret life shrinking technique, and the heavenly secret solution. What kind of power is this? What is Su Fong trying to do? The eyes of the 3-9 profound powerhouses in the air revealed astonishment. The art of mediating destiny. Su Fong did not hesitate to consume his lifespan and providence to execute his self-created supreme power that could change the past and future. The art of mediating destiny. The black and white Xianguang spiraled rapidly in the surroundings. A mysterious force caused Su Fong and his surroundings to reverse. Su Fong's silhouette faded into nothingness while another shadow of Su Fong rapidly materialized in the vortex. In that instant, Su Fong, who was heavily injured, vanished without a trace while the newly formed Su Fong returned to his normal state. Not only did his right arm, which had been incinerated, return to his peak condition as well. The power of the art of mediating destiny caused the current Su Fong to vanish. What reappeared was the Su Fong that had appeared at the moment before he had fought with Sima Xiao Xiao. The art of mediating destiny was so domineering that it reversed the heaven and earth and altered the heavenly secret of fate, allowing the past Su Fong to return to the present. Sima Xiao Xiao, I said that this matter is not over yet. Su Fong's figure flashed as he used the wasp wing Xian Guang to teleport in front of Sima Xiao Xiao and struck out with his palm again. The nebulous primordial qi lingered on his palm, causing this seemingly ordinary attack to become incomparably shocking and surpass any supreme power. Sima Xiao Xiao's divine light changed instantly as his right palm ignited with tribulation fire and struck at Su Fong. Bang! The violent shock sent both of them flying at the same time. Sima Xiao Xiao retreated hundreds of miles and spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura became much weaker again. Su Fong flew backward for more than 10 miles. He seemed to have the upper hand, but in the next moment, his face rapidly aged and his providence was also rapidly fading. His aura was filled with a kind of bad luck and misfortune, as if his entire person was covered in a layer of haze. Using the art of mediating destiny consumed one's life and providence. Su Fong had only suppressed the power of the backlash earlier, but now it finally erupted. So this abhijna of yours consumes life and providence. Sima Xiao Xiao suddenly understood. His spirit instantly became hale and hearty, and the shock and horror in his heart disappeared. In the next moment, Sima Xiao Xiao's figure flashed. He ignored his injuries and charged at Su Fong again. Heaven-piercing Blood King Vine. Purple Fate Dharma Body. Su Fong activated the heaven-piercing Blood King Vine and crazily devoured Heartbreaker's life energy. The purple Fate Dharma body also merged with his physical body, using supreme providence to resolve the bad luck brought by using the art of mediating destiny. Su Fang's face, hair, and providence were recovering at an astonishing speed. This scene, it was unknown how many people were shocked and how many people were crying out in surprise. Whether it was mortals or cultivators, lifespan was the most precious thing. The emperors of the mortal world were willing to pay any price to obtain the elixir of immortality. The ultimate goal of cultivators was to transcend life and death and obtain immortality. Therefore, lifespan was the most precious thing. At the same time, lifespan was also the most difficult thing to recover. Although there were some strange pills, spiritual objects, divine abilities, and forbidden spells that could help cultivators extend or recover their lifespan, they were all very rare and didn't have immediate effects. Su Fang didn't hesitate to consume his life to execute the forbidden spell and recover at such an astonishing speed. How shocking was this scene? My Lord's 10-direction seal. Su Fang executed the My Lord's 10-direction seal again and sealed Sima Xiao Xiao within it. The current Sima Xiao Xiao was no longer the same as when they first clashed. She had also expended a lot of energy, and Su Fang had even snatched away a ball of black lotus tribulation fire. Although Su Fang's life and providence hadn't fully recovered, his Tao Palace's energy and magic power were at their peak. When he executed the My Lord's 10-direction seal to seal Sima Xiao Xiao, the undefeatable Sima Xiao Xiao was also trapped and couldn't break free. No one would have thought that the battle, which was supposed to be one-sided, would turn out to be so tragic. Both of them had used all of their abilities and suffered heavy losses. Chapter 29:31. Boom! Amidst the shackles of my Lord's seal of 10 directions, a huge ball of calamitous fire in the shape of a black lotus broke through the shackles and transformed into the burning Sima Xiao Xiao once again. Su Fang, I've underestimated your ability. You're very strong. In the Dongxian divine domain, only Dongxian Lai, Dongxian Qianyang, and Dongxian Qingyue can suppress you. Even Dongxian Huiwang isn't qualified to be your opponent. However, this still can't change your fate of failure. Sima Xiao Xiao's entire being was burning, looking like a black flaming man as he spoke in a cold and domineering voice. Is that so? Su Fang flashed a domineering smile and released his thoughts once again. The thoughts turned into a black and white Xianguang, enveloping Su Fang and his surroundings. He had actually executed the art of mediating destiny once again. You lunatic! Sima Xiao Xiao cried out in shock and horror. Even if Su Fang had the means to recover his life, which cultivator could watch his life slip away without doing anything? Su Fang had actually executed the powerful forbidden art again, putting himself in a temporary peak state before enduring the excruciating pain of losing his life and fortune. It was evident how strong Su Fang's Tao heart was. The other top 10 geniuses were also shocked by Su Fang's actions. Everyone had the same thought. Crazy, Su Fang is a lunatic. Dongxian Huiwang recalled the madness and ruthlessness Su Fang had displayed during the 5th stage, the Path of Mourning Souls. Looking at the current scene again, a chill rose from the bottom of Dongxian Huiwang's heart and spread throughout his body. Su Fang is a lunatic. Forget it, I won't fight with a lunatic. Dongxian Huiwang was increasingly wary of Su Fang. His previous thoughts of taking revenge on Su Fang had vanished in fright. The Rock Prince was dumbfounded as well. That human child is even crazier than us, Yao. This king should stay away from such a person. We can't afford to offend him, but this king can hide from him. This kid is too crazy. Even I'm a little scared. The vast majority of cultivators can be ruthless to their enemies, but very few can be ruthless to themselves. Su Fang is ruthless to himself, and even more ruthless to his enemies. It would be strange if such a character couldn't rise up in defiance of the heavens. I'm old. The future of the human world will belong to the younger generation. The 3 Jiushuan experts in the sky were also deeply shocked. Countless Dongxian cultivators were shocked by Su Fang's actions as well. The yellow-robed heaven race youth, Zhao Shiqi, felt his soul tremble when he saw this scene through the mirror. To be able to stand out from countless Tian clan elites, control the treasure formation chamber of commerce, and have a chance of becoming the successor of the Tian clan, he was naturally a ruthless person. However, compared to Su Fong, Zhao Shiqi felt that his so-called ruthlessness was just a child's play. I can't afford to offend such a character, nor do I dare to offend him. It's better not to. The more Zhao Shiqi thought about it, the more afraid he became. Su Fong quickly recovered to his peak state with the help of the art of mediating destiny. The primordial qi in the Jiuquan Daoist palace was replenished as well. Then, Su Fong activated the wasp wing Xian Bao and charged towards Sima Xiao again. Boom, 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 boom. Sima Xiao was no longer an invincible demoness. Instead, she had become a weak chicken that was being ravaged by Su Fong, retreating under Su Fong's attacks. Su Fong paid a heavy price for this. When the primordial qi was completely depleted, the backlash from using the art of mediating destiny followed. Fortunately, he had the heaven-piercing Blood King vines and an endless supply of vitality for him to devour and recover. It was also fortunate that he had the 7 rings Vajra Daoist heart. If he did not have the support of a strong Daoist heart, just the process of withstanding the loss of his lifespan was enough to break his will. Su Fong, let's see how long you can last. Sima Xiao also fell into a frenzy. She grabbed a handful of pills and swallowed them. Without waiting for them to be refined, she charged towards Su Fong again. Crazy. These two peerless geniuses had gone completely crazy. This was not just a competition of strength, but also of Daoist heart and willpower. Whoever could last until the end would be the final victor. All the cultivators in the Eastern Xian Divine Realm were shaken to the core as they watched. The 3 experts above the blood-colored substance were completely focused. They were afraid that something would happen to Su Fong and Sima Xiao, so they could stop them at any time. Suddenly, the 3 Jiuquan Divine Realm experts were startled and looked in the direction of the Blood Valley in astonishment. Rumble! The blood-colored substance and the entire Blood Valley suddenly started to shake violently. The Slaughter Mountain shook violently, and the space began to collapse layer by layer. The entire Blood Valley fell into a great turbulence, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. What's going on? The blood-colored substance was shattering as well. The boundary around it was distorted and finally shattered. Sima Xiao and Su Fong did not know what was going on. They stopped at the same time and looked at the Jiuquan experts in the air in shock. The 3 venerables in the air were also stunned. They didn't know what was going on, but they didn't know what was going on either. Boom! An independent space in the Blood Valley collapsed. The entire Blood Valley shook abruptly. The top 10 geniuses on the altar were shaken to their sides. A few of the weaker ones vomited blood on the spot. The force of the explosion swept out in all directions, turning everything in its path into nothingness. It's Shuilua Valley. Shuilua Valley has collapsed. Run! The 9 profound expert cried out involuntarily as he swept out a strand of divine might that swept up Su Fong, Sima Xiao, and the other top 10 geniuses before directly teleporting them out of the Blood Gorge. The scene in Blood Valley left countless people dumbfounded. What's going on in the Blood Valley? How could something like this happen at the most critical moment of Dongshuan's battle for the top spot? Dongshuan's powerhouses and countless cultivators were shocked. The heaven-piercing Blood King vine. How dare you? An old and authoritative voice suddenly rang out in the Blood Valley. A boundless will descended upon the Blood Valley. Then, the Blood Valley's boundary was sealed. The valley disappeared without a trace from the sky above Wudao City, making it difficult for the crowd to see what was going on inside. Su Fong and the other geniuses were brought directly to the residence of the governor of Wudao City by the Jiuquan experts. The battle for the top 10 is temporarily suspended. All of you rest here. We'll make a decision after investigating what happened in the Blood Valley. The Jiuquan expert said to the top 10 geniuses in a low voice. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared into the void. The geniuses were shocked as they discussed among themselves, guessing what had happened in the Blood Valley. Sima Xiaoxiao's divine light coiled around Su Fong as he snorted coldly. Then he sat down with his legs crossed and swallowed medicinal pills to recover. Su Fong suppressed his shock and quickly sat down with his legs crossed, activating the heaven-piercing Blood King Vine and the Purple Fate Avatar to recover his depleted life force and fortune. Shi Xian Daozu suddenly spoke up in the Jiushuan Daoist Palace. The heaven-piercing Blood King Vine's mother is truly daring to sneak into the Blood Valley and steal the heart of the foreign race's expert, Slayer, right under the noses of Dongxian Daozu and countless Dongxian experts. The heaven-piercing Blood King Vine's mother? Is it because Slayer's heart was stolen by the heaven-piercing Blood King Vine's mother that caused the collapse of Shirua Valley? This should be the truth of the matter. Dongxian Daozu is also paying attention to the top 10 ranking battle. How did the heaven-piercing Blood King, Vine's mother, sneak into Shirua Valley? Shi Xian Daozu said slowly. Didn't you suspect that there's something wrong with Ling Xingqian? Of course, the problem lies with Ling Xingqian. Su Fong came to a sudden realization. Master, you're saying that the heaven-piercing Blood King Vine's mother has possessed Ling Xingqian and used the Blood Valley's finals as an opportunity to sneak into Shirua Valley? No wonder Ling Xingqian was killed so easily by Li Shang. It was the heaven-piercing Blood King Vine's mother's doing. It took the opportunity to hide in Shirua Valley and only attack now. You should feel lucky. If the heaven-piercing Blood King Vine's mother wanted to kill you in the Blood Valley, it would be a piece of cake. Shi Xian Daozu's words made Su Fong shudder in fear. It was no wonder that Ling Xingqian harbored murderous intent towards him during the Daoist master's trial. It was all thanks to Su Fong possessing the Wine Saint's talisman that suppressed the Heartbreaker Granny, causing Ling Xingqian to be wary and not dare to attack him. Otherwise, how could he have survived until now? Thinking of this, Su Fong's heart chilled. Master, since you already knew that Ling Xingqian had been possessed by the heaven-piercing Blood King Vine's mother, why didn't you warn me? You can deal with such a small matter calmly by yourself. How could I warn you? When the heaven-piercing Blood King Vine's mother sneaked into Shirua Valley, why didn't you warn Dongxian Daozu? At that time, I didn't know what the heaven-piercing Blood King Vine's mother wanted to do. How could I warn you? Besides, why would I interfere in the affairs of the Eastern Xian divine domain? Slaughter's heart has been stolen. It's impossible to use that heart to cultivate and comprehend the heavenly Tao in the future. It's such a pity. Su Fong felt that it was such a pity. After ending the conversation with Shi Xian Daozu, Su Fong began to recover with all his might. His battle with Sima Xiaoxiao was at a critical moment, but it was interrupted. There would probably be another fierce battle to come. Gu Qianxi and the others secretly communicated with Su Fong and congratulated Su Fong. They were secretly awed by Su Fong. Even Dongxian Huiwang and the prince of the Peng clan were wary and fearful when they looked at Su Fong occasionally. They no longer talked about revenge. 3 days later, a Jiushuan expert appeared in the sky above the top 10 geniuses and said in a low voice, "The finals of the Jiushuan Blood Valley have ended. It's over?" The battle between Su Fong and Sima Xiaoxiao hasn't concluded yet, but it's over just like that? Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded, looking at the Jiushuan expert in puzzlement. Su Fong and Sima Xiaoxiao are tied. They are both ranked first in the Jiushuan Heaven, chosen Eastern Xian Divine Domain. All of you stay in the residence of Daola City's city lord to recover. 10 years later, Lord Dongxian Daozu will meet all of you personally to redeem your previous rewards. The Jiushuan expert's words stunned everyone. Su Fong and Sima Xiaoxiao were both ranked first. Chapter 29:32. Tied for first place. Hearing the news announced by the Jiushuan experts, Su Fong was stunned and in disbelief. Then, he was overjoyed and excited. A strong sense of confidence surged in his heart. He was in high spirits, and a domineering aura was born from within. At the beginning of the Jiushuan's Chosen One, Su Fong's biggest goal was to enter the top 100. He did not even dare to think about entering the top 10. After going through all the difficulties and obstacles, Su Fong relied on his own strength, ability, and most importantly, his belief to never give up and his will that was as firm as a mountain. Su Fong had obtained the supreme fortune in the 6 stages of the finals, and his ability had skyrocketed. He had defeated one strong opponent after another along the way, surpassing them one after another. In the final battle, even the undefeatable demoness Sima Xiao Xiao could hardly defeat Su Fong. How could Su Fong not be excited and proud of such a dazzling achievement? At this moment, Su Fong was already standing at the pinnacle of Dongxian, shining brightly and making countless geniuses look up to him. Looking at Su Fong, the other geniuses had different feelings in their hearts. Sima Xiao Xiao stood there calmly. Her gaze that looked at Su Fong did not contain any unwillingness to accept the result. She knew very well that if the previous battle had continued, no one could predict the final outcome. The biggest possibility was that both sides would suffer. She no longer looked down on Su Fong. Instead, she saw Su Fong as an opponent worthy of her attention. However, thinking about Su Fong's despicable and shameless behavior and the fact that she was tied for first place with Su Fong, Sima Xiao Xiao felt as disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly. Su Fong, this lowly ant from a lowly universe, has actually won Dongxuan's first place. All of this should have belonged to Dongxuan's glory. Until now, Dongxian Glory still thought that it was because Su Fong had snatched away the blood-refined mastiff that belonged to him during the elite match that he was able to gain opportunities time and time again in the first 6 stages of the finals. His ability had improved by leaps and bounds, allowing him to tie with Sima Xiao Xiao in the end. However, after the battle with Su Fong and witnessing the battle between Su Fong and Sima Xiao Xiao, Dongxian Huiwang had to admit that Su Fong was now above him. Su Fong now possessed the supreme glory of being Dongxuan's first place and had successfully defended the dignity of the entire Dongxian divine realm. It was impossible for Dongxian Huiwang to use his identity to suppress Su Fong. Dongxian Huiwang's heart was bleeding when he recalled how he had been humiliated in front of countless Dongxuan's cultivators, and yet he could not take revenge. As Dongxian Huiwang's, Dongxuan's Su Fong's, Dongxian of Dongxian. Su Fong Dongxian. Su Fong has taken Dongxuan's first place. Who dares to look down on Dongxuan's cultivators? Su Fong is mighty. Su Fong is invincible. In Daoist City, Fangtian City, Medicine God Dao, and the mystical realms, sects, and cultivation forces of Dongxian divine realm erupted in excited cheers. They had thought that the Jiushuan's gods chosen in Dongxian divine realm's first place would be snatched away by a foreign cultivator. Everyone felt humiliated. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Su Fong would create a miracle and tie with Sima Xiao Xiao for first place? Although they were tied for first place, in the eyes of everyone in the Dongxian divine realm, the first place belonged to Su Fong alone. As for the demoness, Sima Xiao Xiao, she was automatically ignored by Dongxuan's cultivators. How could the Dongxian divine realm's cultivators not cheer with such an outcome? The cultivators of heaven-forsaken wasteland, in particular, were all in a frenzy. In their eyes, Su Fong was a cultivator of heaven-forsaken wasteland, a lowly tribe forsaken by the heavens, just like many of them. Which cultivator of heaven-forsaken wasteland was not proud that Su Fong had won first place? With Su Fong, which cultivator or force in the Dongxian divine realm would dare to look down on the tribe of heaven-forsaken wasteland in the future? The entire Fangtian city seemed to explode with thunderous cheers that shook the heavens. Xuanxin, Luo, Qingyu, Bailing, and many of Su Fong's subordinates were overjoyed as well. Medicine God Dao, the alchemist, who had always been steady, had lost his usual composure. Medicine God Dao had gotten lucky this time. First, Elder Su had appeared out of nowhere and saved the entire sect. Now, Elder Su had become Dongxuan's first place. With such an elder presiding over Medicine God Dao, who would dare to covet it in the future? Invite Elder Su Fong over. No, all of you, follow me to pay your respects to Elder Su Fong. Medicine god Dao's leader suppressed his excitement and said in a low voice, "In the depths of medicine god Domain's mountains, Su Fang's Heaven's Path avatar was sitting cross-legged in his cave abode on a mountain peak that was not very tall. In front of him, a young man stood respectfully. This young man was the alchemist who had almost brought disaster to medicine god Dao. All these years, Su Fang had confirmed that this young man was Su Fang's grandfather's reincarnation. After bringing the young man to his cave abode, Su Fang carefully sensed his destiny and asked about his background. The young man's name was Su Danshan. What a coincidence! Su Fang's grandfather's reincarnation was also surnamed Su. However, this was not a coincidence. It was Dong Xuanrong's intention. According to Su Danshan himself, he was originally an orphan in a mortal kingdom in the Mirror Moon mystic world. When he was 12 years old, he coincidentally met an expert of the Chun clan, who brought him to the Chun clan and made him a disciple with a different surname. Later, because Su Danshan displayed extraordinary talent in alchemy, he was sent to medicine god Dao by the Chun clan and became a disciple of an alchemist to cultivate the art of alchemy. Su Fang calculated the time. Su Danshan was born around the time when Dongxin Zheng and Dongxin Rong returned from Pansong Universe. Obviously, Dongxin Rong had arranged for her grandfather to be reincarnated as soon as she returned. The so-called coincidence was, of course, arranged by Dongxin Rong. The reason she sent Su Danshan to medicine god Dao was not because of his talent in alchemy, but because of Su Fang. It was not hard to imagine that if Su Fang had not risen rapidly in heaven-forsaken barren region, Dongxin Rong would have let Su Danshan fend for himself in the Qin clan. This woman, Dongxin Rong, was so scheming that even Su Fang was shocked. At the same time, he was also scared. If he had not risen so quickly, his grandfather's reincarnation would have ended in the same miserable state as his previous life. Su Danshan's talent in alchemy was extraordinary. He quickly rose in the medicine god Dao and became the youngest alchemist of the medicine god Dao. He was valued by the higher-ups of the medicine god Dao. Who knew? Su Danshan was unlucky. When he was refining pills for the Treasure Formation Chamber of Commerce, he accidentally refined a poisonous pill. Moreover, he coincidentally poisoned a member of the heavenly clan to death, bringing disaster to the medicine god Dao. Su Fang knew very well that this was not a coincidence. The Treasure Formation Chamber of Commerce had their eyes on the medicine god Dao and wanted to swallow it whole. Hence, they set a trap. Su Danshan was unlucky to have met him. Su Fang had always been hesitant about how to settle his grandfather's reincarnation. Grandfather has reincarnated and has his own destiny now. If I tell him the truth, it will affect his destiny. Grandfather went through countless hardships in his previous life. In the end, he was killed by the Wu clan. Just let him live out his life in peace. Perhaps one day, Grandfather will be able to recover his memories of his previous life. Let nature take its course. Looking at Su Danshan's face that resembled his grandfather's, Su Fang reluctantly made the decision. Reuniting with their grandfather was a good thing for Su Fang and Su Yaotian. However, for Su Danshan, his life would be completely changed. He would no longer be Su Danshan. He would be burdened by his previous life. This was not a good thing for him, but a misfortune. Su Fang would not be so selfish as to ignore his grandfather's feelings for his own sake. Looking at Su Danshan, Su Fang said, "Su Danshan, don't be nervous. I saved you because of the karma between us. I came to medicine god Dao this time to settle it." Yes, Elder Su. Su Danshan was still nervous. Su Danshan had suffered a great loss this time. He had gone from a genius of the medicine god Dao to a sinner of the sect. His heart was dead. At the same time, he was wary of everyone. Su Fang had saved him for no reason. He could not help but suspect that Su Fang had other motives. Moreover, Su Fang was too young. Su Danshan only knew that he was an elder of the medicine god Dao. He had never seen Su Fang before. Naturally, he was wary of him. Su Fang smiled helplessly. After thinking for a while, Su Fang waved his hand. He grabbed a mysterious purple chi, which quickly condensed into a purple rune. "Keep this rune with you. It can bring you great fortune." Su Fang rolled the purple rune to Su Danshan. This purple rune was formed by Su Fong using the aura of the purple Chi Dharma spirit. It also contained a sliver of Su Fong's will. Not only could it bring good fortune to Su Danshan, but if he was in danger, Su Fong could sense it and come to his rescue. Su Danshan was skeptical. Clearly, he didn't believe that a mere rune could bring him luck. However, Su Danshan still absorbed the purple rune into his body. Su Fong was about to continue speaking when his eyebrows furrowed. At this moment, the leader of the medicine god Dao sect spoke from outside the mountain's barrier. The leader of the medicine god Dao sect has come to greet Elder Su. Come in. Su Fong moved his will. He let the people of the medicine god Dao sect into the mountain and led Su Danshan out of the cave. Led by the leader of the medicine god Dao sect, more than 100 alchemy grandmasters had gathered outside the cave. Greetings, Elder Su. The leader of the medicine god Dao sect cupped his fists at Su Fong. More than 100 alchemy grandmasters and higher-ups of the medicine god Dao sect bowed to Su Fong. Su Fong nodded. No need for formalities. Only then did the leaders of the medicine god Dao sect stand up. This scene made Su Danshan's jaw drop. His heart was in turmoil. Alchemy grandmasters were respected. Everyone had to beg them. Therefore, they were all extremely arrogant, let alone the alchemy grandmasters of the medicine god Dao sect. Even if it was the elders of some large forces, when these alchemists saw them, they would at most nod their heads in greeting. Su Fong was so young. In terms of status, he was only an elder of the medicine god Dao sect. But now, the alchemy grandmasters of the medicine god Dao sect were bowing to him as if they were greeting the leader of a top faction. Chapter 29:33. You must be here because the ranking battle in the Blood Valley has ended. My ranking shouldn't be too low, right? Su Fong could tell at a glance the purpose of these people and asked aloud. He hadn't paid any attention to the ranking battle in the medicine god Dao sect. It wasn't that he didn't care, but it was useless even if he did. If his ranking wasn't high, the medicine god Dao sect higher-ups wouldn't have gathered so many people. Hearing Su Fong's words, Su Danshan finally understood that Su Fong was a peerless genius who had participated in the Jiuquan Heavens Chosen and was ranked among the top 10 in the Eastern Xian Divine Domain. Su Danshan's heart, which had just calmed down, was once again in turmoil. The way he looked at Su Fong changed. Elder Su is wise. The leader of the medicine god Dao sect said politely with a hint of respect in his tone. After a pause, he continued excitedly. The ranking battle of the top 10 has ended. Elder Su, you're tied with Sima Xiao Xiao, the genius of the Southern Xian Divine Domain. Tied? Su Fong was stunned. He hadn't expected this result. It's absolutely true. This seed has recorded every single one of Elder Su's battles in the top 10 with a jade slip. Elder Su, please take a look. The leader of the medicine god Dao sect took out a jade slip and slowly flew it to Su Fong. Su Fong infused his arcane energy into the jade slip. The jade slip melted and turned into scrolls. They were the scenes of Su Fong's battles with the other geniuses in the top 10 ranking battle. Su Danshan stared at the scrolls and was once again deeply shocked by Su Fong's shocking performance. I didn't expect this to happen. Su Fong watched the entire process in surprise. The Jiuquan Heavens Chosen, the top genius of the Eastern Xian Divine Domain. Su Danshan looked at Su Fong, shock and awe flashing in his eyes. For Su Danshan, the identity of an elder of the medicine god Dao sect was enough to make him feel awe. Top genius of the Eastern Xian Divine Domain. In Su Danshan's heart, Su Fong was like a star in the sky, while he was like an ant on the ground. Previously, he had suspected that Su Fong was plotting something against him. Now that he thought about it, it was ridiculous. He was just a mere alchemist. What did he possibly want? The leader of the medicine god path looked at Su Danshan and nodded with a smile. This child's talent is extraordinary. If Elder Su is willing to part with him, I would like to take him as my personal disciple. What do you think? Su Fong was startled, but immediately agreed. The leader of the medicine god path didn't take him in because of Su Danshan's talent. There were many geniuses in the medicine god path who were more talented than Su Danshan. not many of them could become the leader's personal disciple. The leader of the Medicine God Way had taken the initiative to accept him as a disciple because of Su Fong. The leader's personal disciple, Su Danshan, felt as if something had hit him in the head. He felt dizzy. Not long ago, he was the center of the entire Medicine God path. His life was in danger. Now, the leader of the Medicine God path had taken the initiative to take him in as a personal disciple. Su Danshan felt like he was dreaming. It was too unreal. Su Fong looked back at Su Danshan. Su Danshan, what are you waiting for? Only then did Su Danshan wake up from his dream. He hurriedly knelt before the leader of the Medicine God path. Su Fong looked at Su Danshan and his heart calmed down. Su Danshan's talent in alchemy was already extraordinary. Now that he had taken the leader of the Medicine God path as his master, even if he didn't achieve anything in the future, he wouldn't be mediocre. At least, he would be safe in this life. This arrangement could be considered to have fulfilled one of Su Fong's wishes. He felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. His entire body relaxed. The seven-colored Vajrazdao heart also seemed to have undergone a baptism. Grandfather suffered a lifetime of hardship in his past life. To have such a fate in this life, it could be considered good karma. His white-haired grandfather appeared in his mind. Su Fong felt a pang of pain in his heart, followed by a wave of relief. At this moment, the Medicine God Path's elder in charge of external affairs flew over and cupped his fists at Su Fong and the Medicine God Path's leader. Sect leader, Elder Su, the Bouching Chamber of Commerce requests an audience. The Medicine God Path's higher-ups were all shocked. The Bouching Chamber of Commerce still hasn't given up? The Medicine God Path's leader sneered. His Highness Zhao Shiqi has been staying outside of the Medicine God Path. Now that Elder Su has taken Dongshuan's first place, he wouldn't dare to have any ideas about the Medicine God Path, even if he had 100 heads. The Bouching Chamber of Commerce's people naturally aren't here to make things difficult for the Medicine God Path. They are here to resolve the previous grudge and curry favor with Elder Su. The higher-ups of the Medicine God Path heaved a long sigh of relief. The Bouching Chamber of Commerce's representative was the purple-faced middle-aged man. After Su Fong had defeated Dongshuan's glory, Zhao Shiqi had ordered him to come to the Medicine God Path to apologize to Su Fong. However, the Medicine God Path's barrier was closed and all visitors were rejected. The purple-faced middle-aged man dared not show off like before, so he could only leave in embarrassment and return empty-handed. Now that Su Fong had taken Dongshuan's first place and was about to be personally summoned by Dongxian Daozu, Zhao Shiqi could no longer sit still and asked the purple-faced middle-aged man to come again. Just as the Medicine God Path's leader had expected, the purple-faced middle-aged man came with the intention of resolving the grudge with the Medicine God Path. It was mainly because of Su Fong. Even if he could not befriend Su Fong, he had to completely resolve his anger. Otherwise, if Su Fong put in a few good words when he met with Dongxian Daozu, Zhao Shiqi, the 17th Highness of the Divine Tribe, would not be able to survive even if he had 100 heads. How could he not be anxious? The Medicine God Path's elder returned and said coldly, "Elder Su is not free. Please return." The purple-faced middle-aged man could only return to report. Zhao Shiqi had no choice but to come to the Medicine God Path personally. This time, it was not as grand as the previous time. Zhao Shiqi and the people of Bouching Chamber of Commerce were trembling with fear and were courteous to the Medicine God Path's most ordinary alchemist. Zhao Shiqi waited for 3 months in the Medicine God Path's guest palace before he finally met Su Fong. Su Fong asked indifferently, 17th Highness, why have you returned? Zhao Shiqi smiled and bowed. How can I bear the title of Highness in front of young Master Su Fong? Young Master Su Fong can just call me Zhao Shiqi. Zhao Shiqi then took out a golden token and presented it to Su Fong respectfully. I have offended young Master Su Fong previously. I am here to apologize. This is the highest level VIP token of the Bouching Chamber of Commerce. In the future, young Master Su Fong will be the highest level VIP in the Bouching Chamber of Commerce. You can enjoy a 20% discount on any goods you purchase. Please accept it, young Master Su Fong. the highest level VIP token of the Baoqing Chamber of Commerce? This thing could be useful in the future. Su Fong waved his hand and absorbed the token into his body space. However, Su Fong did not seem to be very happy. He did not look very satisfied. Zhao Shiqi took out a storage ring covered by a xianguang and flew to Su Fong. Here are 1,000,000 upper-grade elixirs. Please accept it, young Master Su Fong. 1,000,000 elixirs? Su Fong raised his eyebrows and took the storage ring without hesitation. Then he said indifferently, I made a lot of money in the finals of the Blood Valley. As an elder of the Medicine God Path, I don't lack elixirs. His meaning was simple. 1,000,000 upper-grade elixirs were too little for him to take seriously. Zhao Shiqi gritted his teeth and took out another storage ring. Su Fong grabbed the storage ring and saw a mountain of elixirs, immortal stones, gems, and spiritual objects floating in the space inside. Su Fong estimated that it was almost equivalent to the total wealth of a medium-sized force. Zhao Shiqi took out so many resources at once. It was a big loss. Su Fong put away the storage ring and said indifferently, I am not an unforgiving person. Zhao Shiqi was surprised and delighted. Unexpectedly, Su Fong changed the topic and said in a cold tone, I am an elder of the Medicine God Path. This Dharmakaya will always be in charge of the Medicine God Path. I don't want the previous incident to happen again. Otherwise, I am not a soft-hearted person. Zhao Shiqi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly promised, Go. In the future, the Baoqing Chamber of Commerce will do what it needs to do. You can continue to be the 17th prince. Su Fong nodded and got up to see Zhao Shiqi out. He did not want to have any conflicts with the divine race. Moreover, he did not want to offend Zhao Shiqi completely for the sake of the Medicine God Path. Moreover, he had gained so many benefits. Zhao Shiqi left the Medicine God Path. When Zhao Shiqi returned to the treasure ship, he realized that he was drenched in sweat. When he faced Su Fong just now, he felt like he was facing a divine saint. The purple-faced middle-aged man said with a sad face, 17th Prince, you have lost almost all your assets to Su Fong this time. What should you do next? Who said that I have suffered a great loss this time? I have used all my assets to befriend Su Fong and make him a distinguished guest of the Baoqing Chamber of Commerce. This is a great contribution to my clan. With this contribution, I may be able to compete for the position of the clan leader. I have profited from this deal, and it is a great profit. Zhao Shiqi said proudly. His previous decadence was swept away, and he was in high spirits again. Su Fong's heavenly path Dharma body temporarily stayed in the Medicine God Path. While secretly taking care of his grandfather's reincarnation, he began to find a suitable place in the Eastern Xian divine domain with the help of the Medicine God Path. He wanted to turn the heavenly path Dharma body into a universe of its own. Dallas City. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Su Fong was in the City Lord's residence in Dallas City. With the help of the heaven-piercing Blood King vines, he kept devouring life energy and finally recovered 70 to 80% of his life force. His appearance and hair looked like he was in his 20s. Although he was not at his peak state, there was nothing wrong with him. However, the luck that he had used to use the heaven-spinning fate technique could only be slowly recovered by the purple fate Dharma body. Unless he found a way to quickly recover his luck, it would be difficult for him to recover to his previous state in a short time. There was still a month before the 10-year deadline. Su Fong flew out of the Xianlang grotto heaven. He bathed and burned incense, changed into a new set of robes, and sat cross-legged, waiting for Dongxian Daozu to summon him. He did not expect an uninvited guest to visit him. Who is it? Chapter 29:34. Upon hearing that it was that woman, Su Fong's head began to ache. He was both depressed and angry. How could he not be depressed that he had gained a reputation for being a lecher, which was known by everyone in the Eastern Profound Divine region? If he was really entangled by that woman, and she wanted to become his Tao companion, what should he do? Su Fong did not plan to meet that woman, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind. Because of Sima Xiao Xiao and Yi Fian, I have a bad reputation for being a lecher. If I don't meet that woman and settle this matter, I'm afraid it will become a hot topic again. What headache? Su Fong had no choice but to release a thought. It turned into a lifelike figure and appeared in the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. Greetings, young master Su Fong. Upon seeing Su Fong, Du Jixiang hurriedly bowed to Su Fong. No need to be so courteous, Su Fong said indifferently. Why are you looking for me? If you want to become my Dao companion or concubine, you can forget about it. Su Fong blocked her words as soon as he came up. Du Jixiang was speechless. Su Fong said indifferently, Go. Don't mention those words again. Otherwise, you will ruin my reputation. If I find out, I will not let you off easily. I will also bring disaster to your mystic maiden palace. After saying that, Su Fong's thought was about to disperse. Du Jixiang hurriedly knelt down and said in a trembling voice, Please save me, young master. Then she slowly told him what had happened. It turned out that the Mystic Maiden Palace had already arranged a fate for Du Jixiang. They wanted her to become the concubine of an elder of a big force. A concubine was just a fancy word. In fact, she was just a plaything. Moreover, she would be used as a cultivation vessel. When she was squeezed dry, she would be kicked away and live a life worse than death. However, that force was far stronger than the Mystic Maiden Palace. In order to curry favor with that elder, the Mystic Maiden Palace took the initiative to give Du Jixiang to that elder. Du Jixiang could not resist and had to ask Su Fong for help. Su Fong said coldly, The words you said to me in public that day, were you trying to use me to break free from the control of the sect? Du Jixiang was a Dao Lord as well. However, under the pressure of Su Fong's will, her will almost collapsed and her entire body trembled. Young Master Su Fong, please forgive me. Su Fong said apathetically, I, Su Fong, am not some kind of good person. Being used by others, I still have to step in to save them. There are many people in the Eastern Profound Divine region who are more pitiful than you. Do you think that I have to save every single one of them? I won't pursue the matter of you using me, but I don't want to meddle in your affairs. Young Master Su Fong. Without waiting for Du Jixiang to finish speaking, Su Fong's figure quickly turned into a divine light and disappeared into nothingness. Young Master Su Fong, I witnessed how you risked your life to save those mortals in the mortal world of the Blood Valley. I admire and adore you. That day, when I confessed my love to you in public, it wasn't just to borrow your reputation to help me resolve the crisis. It was from my heart. You could save those mortals. Why can't you save a weak woman like me? You only need a word, or even a glance, to completely change my fate. You were born lowly back then. Have you forgotten the hardships of being a lowly existence back then? Du Jixiang cried bitterly on the floor, venting the disappointment and even despair in her heart. After crying for a long time, Du Jixiang walked out of the hall. Suddenly, Su Fong's voice rang in Du Jixiang's mind. I promise to help you this time, but there won't be a next time. When Daozu summons me, I will go find you. Du Jixiang was surprised and overjoyed, tears of joy rolling down her cheeks. Soon, the day of Dongxian Daozu's summons arrived. 1,000 geniuses from Dongxian and other divine domains had long been waiting in a square in the residence of Daoist City Lord. They were about to be summoned by the Eastern Xian Divine Domain Supreme and receive generous rewards. Some were excited, some were nervous, but most were filled with anticipation. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky above Daoist City. Immediately after, the shadow of a palace appeared in the sky. It quickly turned from illusion to reality and finally turned into a towering and majestic palace. A majestic aura enveloped Daoist City in an instant, like the might of heaven itself, causing countless cultivators and mortals to tremble in fear and awe. They could not help but want to kneel down and worship. Heaven's Pavilion. That's the main hall of Eastern Xian's Heavenly Pavilion. That's just a projection of Heaven's Pavilion's main hall that appeared in Daoist City by a supreme expert's peerless ability. It's not the real Heaven's Pavilion. The appearance of Heaven's Pavilion's main hall's projection means that Lord Daozu will appear in person. Those geniuses are actually summoned by Lord Daozu to see Daozu's true appearance. What kind of honor is this? The 1,000 geniuses in the square and countless cultivators in Dallas City knelt down in worship toward Heaven's Pavilion's main hall. Whoosh! A figure flew out of the main hall. It was Heaven's Pavilion's expert, Tuo Qianji, who had previously hosted the Blood Valley Elite Competition. Geniuses, enter Heaven's Pavilion. Tuo Qianji unleashed a divine aura that enveloped more than 1,000 geniuses. Su Fong, like the other geniuses, could not control his body as he flew toward Heaven's Pavilion's main hall. It was as if he had entered an illusion from reality. Su Fong passed through a powerful boundary, and the scenery before his eyes changed. His body regained its weight as he appeared in the square in front of Heaven's Pavilion's main hall. Looking at the majestic Heaven's Pavilion's main hall, sensing the vast and ancient aura and the boundless boundary, Su Fong could not help but feel small and insignificant. The other geniuses were also trembling. Even the arrogant Demon Clan experts held their breaths and did not dare to move. First of all, on behalf of Heaven's Pavilion, I will honor Heaven's Pavilion's previous promise and reward all of you, Tuo Qianji said majestically. Then he rolled up his long sleeves, and a Xian Guang swept out and floated in front of the geniuses. Su Fong's divine light swept across the Xian Guang, and his eyes suddenly became incomparably hale and hearty. Within the Xian Guang, there were countless Xian Bo, elixirs, spiritual items, gems, and many jade slips floating. The light and aura released by each of the treasures instantly enveloped the entire square in an astonishing treasure aura. With a glance, Su Fong saw that most of the Xian Bo were supreme-grade Xian Bo. There were also some supreme-grade and pinnacle treasures, and there was even a king-grade Xian Bo among them. It was a black mirror. Just by looking at it, one could feel the pure and superior power of fire within. It made Su Fong shudder with fear, as if his soul was being incinerated. Such a powerful Xian Bo was only slightly inferior to Dongshuan's glorious Yin-Yang divine sword, but it was still considered an ultimate treasure. In addition, the mirror was useful to Su Fong. There was another spiritual item. It was a ball of dark red flame the size of fist. Although it was sealed, one could feel the astounding power of fire within it. It was definitely a treasure of heaven and earth. There was also an Xian Bo. It was a wooden sculpture that was only 1 meter long. It was a Kuan Peng with a palace on its back. Although this Xian Bo was not king grade and was only at the pinnacle of supreme grade, its ability was extraordinary. Not only did it contain a powerful offensive ability, it was also a flying Xian Bo and a mobile abode. The Eastern Profound Heaven Pavilion was really generous this time, taking out so many treasures as a reward. However, the truly amazing treasures were the 3 that Su Fong had his eyes on. They were obviously prepared for Dongshuan's champion. Tuo Qianji said in a low voice, "Pick your treasures according to the ranking. Champion, come forward." Su Fong and Sima Xiao went forward at the same time. Tuo Qianji smiled awkwardly. I didn't consider that there would be a tie for first place. In addition, there was a small incident in the Blood Valley, so I didn't have time to add more treasures. Su Fong, Sima Xiao, you two discuss who will pick first. Me. Su Fong and Sima Xiao said in unison. Sima Xiao had merged with the Black Lotus Calamity Fire, so she needed to continuously merge with powerful flames in order to rapidly improve her strength. She had obviously taken a fancy to the fire attribute spiritual item. Of course, she wouldn't let go of the king-grade Xian Bo. Su Fong's thoughts were exactly the same as Sima Xiao's. The fire attribute spiritual item could be used to improve his mystical yang body. He was determined to obtain the king-grade fire attribute dark treasure and the dark treasure that was like a wooden sculpture. So, how could he be willing to hand over the treasures that were about to fall into his hands? Sima Xiao looked at Su Fong and said coldly, "Su Fong, are you still a man? How dare you fight with a woman? Besides, I'm a guest in Dongxian. Is this how you treat a guest if you don't give in?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many geniuses looked at Su Fong with disdain in their eyes. Su Fong smiled lightly. Did Miss Sima think of yourself as a woman when the geniuses were fighting in Shirua Valley? Did you think of yourself as a guest then? Thinking of Sima Xiaoxiao's domineering behavior in Shirua Valley, many Dongxian cultivators nodded in agreement with Su Fong's words. Su Fong continued, "As for whether I'm a man or not, there's no need to prove it to Miss Sima." The geniuses roared with laughter. Young Master Su Fong was lustful. The entire Eastern Xian divine region knew. There was no need to prove whether he was a man or not. Sima Xiaoxiao snorted coldly, still unwilling to give in. "Why don't you and I fight again?" Tuo Qinji shouted coldly. "How can the Zhoushuan's heavenly chosen be a child's play?" Su Fong, take a step back. Both of you take turns choosing. Let Sima Xiaoxiao pick first, then you pick later, lest others laugh at our Eastern Xian divine region for bullying an outsider. Su Fong's divine light searched carefully among the floating treasures. After thinking for a while, he said decisively, "Since my lord has arranged it so, how can this one dare to disobey? I won't fight with a woman. Let Sima Xiaoxiao pick 3 first, then I'll pick later." Su Fong's decision caused Sima Xiaoxiao to be flabbergasted. The numerous geniuses were also stunned and puzzled. Su Fong was not a kind man. It was strange that he would give involuntarily in the face of such precious treasures. Tuo Qinji nodded repeatedly. "That's right, this is the Eastern Xian divine region's genius. Generous. Su Fong, I won't thank you for anything.